2020. That's really, really, really good. I don't even have anything to say that big up. And I'm part of the people that didn't really see potential in what
You
Dangote.
did?
Yeah, I
Oh,
did.
really?
Because, with the issue that Dangote had, I just felt always going to come monopolize, the petroleum industry. But from everything that he's doing, I must really say he really shut my mouth off. He's really doing a lot of work. So yeah, it's really good news.
To cap that up and to add more value.
Okay.
End of story. It is now clear that Pengerson and the remaining people who were trying to, or agencies who were trying to, put him under the watch list or throw him under the bus, were not doing the Lord's work.
No one said they were
that?
doing the Lord's
How about
work.
that for a reverse?
It's not-
But it's supposed to see that, right now, that private entities can actually say, you know what, give us a chance and we'll make Nigeria proud.
Yeah.
Give us a space and we'll create more spaces. Give us an opportunity and we'll make sure opportunity becomes a livelihood for other people to live. It is good enough to see that we can actually look at this kind of indices and numbers and now smile over it. What this means is a huge thing after now, we don't know. What this means that as we move ahead, other private entities who have the money, we need to think, wait a minute. So these hurdles will not last forever. We can afford to take the same toll with Dangote, begin to, build or put in place another, refinery. What this means is that 200 million Nigerians, if we're not more than that already, we begin to see, enough byproduct of petroleum products coming their way. Fuel, diesel, every other thing that cuts across that petroleum sector would begin to be more available. And this is good news. Things will come down. Prices will come down. If more people come into this game, federal government has said, look, if you have what it takes, come on board, let's have a conversation. Come and have your own refinery, whether it is local, right, or investors coming in. This is good, which means that we are on the right step and towards the right direction to success. So I see that 2028. Before then, probably we won't climb more than what we are envisaging.
Right.
So it'll be
I
good
think
news.
it's good, like you said, good news. So hopefully, when we're able to produce 1.4 million barrels per day output, I'm not sure we should still be seeing fuel scarcity.
Yes, definitely wouldn't. We wouldn't
Because you know how things happen in Nigeria. It's sometimes you can't make sense of it. You could see this happening and then it's saying we could start seeing that instead it's being exported out and then we're still lacking
Exactly,
petrol.
because
Anything
in as much
can
as you're right. In as much as we're producing 5,000 barrels, you can see that the price keeps increasing.
Exactly.
Brill is now 960. Some people 910.
In some
So
places, rural
how
areas, 1,000 plus.
it does not match
Just saying, it's
the
not
level of
matching.
production.
So what this now means is that I will now take back my words by saying this is where we now need those regulators that were busy fighting the wrong fight.
Exactly.
Begin to now look at other people who are into the marketing of the products. Begin to look at people who transport those products to end places where ordinarily we should not see a variation in cost per liter. Begin to send your agents, right, to go there, meet these people who are in these filling stations, who have their own private filling stations, and they are not sticking with the federal government's, mark for sales. We're not saying they shouldn't make their own gain or make their own, profit. But however, it shouldn't be at the peril of Nigerians. If those people can go ahead and regulate those areas, we don't have a problem. Leave the man who's producing it. Leave the man who is trying to, quote and unquote, take major chunk of the problem out of Nigerians and making sure these things are available. Leave him and let him do the work that he's doing, right? Don't be afraid of monopolization. Go for those people who are trying to seize the opportunity. Like rightly said, if we have more refineries, we have, this kind of predictions, definitely we should be able to experience a reduce in cost of fuel. Gas and every other thing that, there's a byproduct of crude oil. So it will make no sense. Matter of fact, it's a no-brainer. If after all this availability, we are seeing the rise of cost of fuel,
Really,
we shouldn't, So I think that pump price, seriously speaking, can be affected by, not even think, I'm sure, and we know, pump price will be affected by those individual marketers, those who transport this fuel. Where are they getting it from? If you're getting your fuel from outside the country, that's your business. As long as it lands in Nigeria, pump price should be pump price. Don't say, oh no, I couldn't get fuel from, our dealers, or rather from Dangote or from NNPC. So I have to import mine. And because of that, it must go high. Don't let Nigerians pay for your selfishness. So I think that's where regulation should come in. However, these kind of numbers that we are seeing, if we stay with this trajectory, maybe, just maybe, come 2028, Nigeria will be smiling at every point in time.
Okay.
Nigeria will smile at every point.
Right. Again, speaking of Nigeria, Nigeria records over $50 billion cryptocurrency transactions in 1 year. Where's this money? This money circulating. What's going on?
They say, as much as myself, I'm
$50
professional.
billion cryptocurrency transactions. Where am I?
So you're in the media states. And the good thing is that now they say knowledge is key.
Extremely. Are you sure I'm in the right?
Because I'll tell you. So now we know. The question is,
What did I do here?
Things that you said, and somebody who has been clamoring that she
Right.
wants to move to the oil and gas industry, and she
For
doesn't want to
real.
be in the media
It's not easy.
because of things
To
like
break- to
this.
break through.
50 billion
Why am I
US
reporting
dollars.
it? To tell you, I keep reporting as I'm mentioning money. See,
Right.
big money I'm mentioning.
So,
I need to touch it.
so there's a good part now. Now we know, we have knowledge, and we're mentioning it. How do we add value as media professionals to those particular industries?
Adding
and
value
get
into
paid?
going into crypto, going into the business. That's
Because I'm adding value by
Yeah,
reporting it, but I
right.
need the money.
Right, but then again, you can't be jack of all trades. Both of you are very good at what you do already, right? As journalists, as media professionals.
so why can't I
and
be also good with
You can.
crypto?
So we know our present day Nigeria will move from double your hustle to triple your hustle. However,
This
This is what we call rebellion of numbers. Like the numbers.
but then again, right? Because we're seeing that it is 50 billion, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that that's the amount of money going
That's
to
the
end
amount
up.
of money. That's the amount of money. Yeah, transactions.
So that means it's a booming market,
Yes.
the cryptocurrency market. So certainly it should be somewhere
Buy and
a
sell.
market where
Yeah.
many of us also
So-
decide to tap into. But unfortunately, we also see that the government is also regulating that industry
Yeah.
a
I'm
lot.
not
Now
shocked.
they're facing so much. Now, come 2026, they're also going to be highly taxed. And there's also this. I think I'm trying to remember, Debbie. I don't know if you remember. There's a regulation that for cryptocurrency traders right now, so it's not even going to be as easy as before just
Yeah.
being a crypto trader. So they're also doing some of them will say they're doing all of this things to stifle their growth, seeing that there is so much money in it. So
In the
they, how they say, government, when they see that these people are making money unprovoked though,
There's
let's do something
Right.
to
to stifle
see
their movement.
how people make more money. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, there's certainly opportunity here.
Well, 50 billion simply means, look, if they know how to regulate and then make sure they pay their tax, it's good for this country. But the problem is, you see, it is, like you said, it's in the air, and there's a nickname for that. It's called audio money, right? But again, we see.
Crypto is not audio money.
Well,
It's the loudest money. There's no
telling
other.
you.
so even if it's the loudest money, can we begin to make sure? In fact, I call upon the government at this point in time. Please, those crypto boys and men and ladies and case may be, allow them to do their work very well, but let them pay their tax.
They will.
Yes. For now, I'm
But
speaking.
it's funny
in
that
favor of the government. Let them
the
pay their
government,
tax.
especially the Nigerian government, like to eat where they did not sow.
How so?
Yes, the youth. I must give it to the youth in Nigeria. They sit down, they come up with things, or they look at things from other
Don't
countries,
they use data?
and they make it a thing.
Don't they use
in
network?
Nigeria. Even if you don't, if
And so,
don't give me
federal government
network,
has made sure
there are
that
other ways.
network providers, right, are established in this country. So, the federal government is doing their own part too.
What are we saying? No.
I'm not saying, because without network, you can't buy with
So
cryptocurrency,
you're
isn't
saying
it?
they have to pay
Right.
tax for? We all know how the whole cryptocurrency thing became a boom in Nigeria. It's the youth. The government had no hand in it. It was the lazy youths who couldn't get jobs. They sat down and they thought about, okay, there's something called this. Let's do it.
Necessities,
And
not
also the
about
people in
invention.
the remittance industry too. They're going to be hit so hard. These are people who sat down and thought about the problem in the exchange industry. Like, okay, if we can actually do this, if the government can do this, we can do it to make it easier. You now wake up one day and say, okay, we want to start collecting
Want to
tax.
regulate
I feel like they're just eating from where they did not sow.
But how come once you are a citizen of
Are
Nigeria,
they?
Yes, they
you
are.
are mandated to
Because
pay
I
your
can't
tax.
sit down and think of something. You're not going to help me with funds. You're not going to give me a platform. I do it myself, and then you now wake up and say, "Oh, I'm going to collect tax."
What
I
if
think this
what
is
if-
the part where we also hold them really accountable, because now that you're taking my money, right, for tax,
What are you
and
going to
making
use the money for?
so I think this is the part where we as Nigerians, we have to stop this our attitude of it's government, they're not going to do it, just allowing things pass. We have to be, in
Hold on
fact,
to
if we have to be
Make
fighting
account.
every day on the
Yeah.
street, let them see all of us as mad people.
but
Why is
then
this
again-
thing not done? Because you're collecting my money.
But then again, you see, let's be honest. If we had no security at all, 100% insecurity, there's no way they'll do business. If, for what it's worth, some settings are not provided already by the government, there's no way. So, government is doing its own part. Maybe not as much as we expect them to, but they're doing something.
What
They're-
are they doing?
I'll explain to you. I just said if we had 100% insecurity, it would have been impossible for them to
Why
trade.
do we even have 1% insecurity?
No, but then again, look, there's
In a
no, there's
country-
no nation.
You don't make excuses
There's
for.
no nation
And it's
that doesn't
working
have
by the day.
insecurity.
Exactly.
Even in the United
Did you
States.
see the
they have
lady
their
that
own
they
level of
kidnapped?
insecurity.
That they had to demand 20 million naira. That's very sad. That shouldn't be happening in a sane plan.
Right. So yes, we agree. We should have 100% security. Yes, but that 1% insecurity is not peculiar to the Nigeria.
All right, leave insecurity. Let's look at education. Let's look at the
Okay,
healthcare.
fine. Okay,
Let's look at
great.
insurance.
Great.
Come on.
Great.
Yes, let's
I like how Debbie is listening to
no,
everything.
So it's good to list these things because
Yes.
they all have their, like we know, there are some loopholes in those areas. Not 100%, but give it to the government.
100%.
For what it's worth. For what it's worth, at least for what it's worth. Even when those sectors go on strike, they meet them halfway.
No.
They do meet them
And
halfway.
we're having 16 years.
Did they beat them out?
So,
Really?
They do. They've called off the strike. The doctors have gone back to work, haven't they?
And next year,
Have they paid them?
They've not paid them.
They met them halfway.
No.
So that means we're the ones compromising then.
For what is what? So somebody has to, but so that tomorrow things can move forward. If we say it's a stalemate right now, then the whole economy now hot to the grind.
Can I tell
What
you
happens?
something?
Can cryptocurrency work?
I would run for office. Just so you know.
Well,
Are there plans
just so you
somewhere
know.
that we need
we'll
to
see.
know?
We'll see. In the words of Abiola Kashimawo.
All right, let's come to Lagos now. We
Right.
talked about Nigeria. Lagos 3.3 trillion naira 2025 budget records 80% performance. Maybe this will excite Debbie.
Yeah.
You're talking about our taxes and whatnot. But now we're seeing that the budget has recorded 80% performance, although not 100, but 80% for me is
A
you
lot.
know, it's
a
way
lot.
past half.
Yeah.
Half. So
Yeah, Lagos is always coming correct. You know, when you were mentioning the government, I want to tell you that it's more of states, and the states, they actually collaborate with individuals that can actually get this done. But Lagos has proven over time that, you know, we are a working state, we are that business hub, and they keep showing how, you
keep
know,
showing
commercialized. Yes. So I'll give it to Lagos. I'm not surprised by this growth. I'm not surprised.
Just to add to that, I would say, look, that so like a child that was born with a silver spoon, right? Okay, he or she has a head start. Lagos had a head start, big time. Can't compare Lagos to certain states that never had a
Of
capital,
course.
you know, there before. Lagos had a great start. Most of the predominant and the big infrastructures we had in Nigeria, some of them are in Lagos because at that time Lagos was the capital, right? And every other area had to focus on Lagos. I mean, look at National Theatre and every other
Right.
place, the Terminal and Bridge. You know, it's not something that this administration put in place. No, their job is just to maintain. Having said so, Lagos also sits on a huge opportunity because we have the numbers, right? Almost, if not all, businesses that are big, well-known businesses and companies have their head offices in Lagos. So, regulation and tax paying plan and every other thing is well, put in place. People are following what they need to do. There's some form of rule of law that is working very well. And people are actually, minding what they do. You can see that in traffic. You don't want to go into BRT lane. So Lagos is working, right? So it will be difficult for some certain things to come to place without it being checked. Having said so, truth be told, I believe that it can be better than this. But this is the challenge now, right? That idea of Nigerian factor coming in. We've seen the numbers. we're saying, okay, they're making good use of the budget, right? Lagos is getting better. But how fast is it getting better? We still see some certain issues that ordinarily for a megacity like Lagos, we should not experience it. Lagos has more numbers. In fact, let me just tell you, the money Lagos generates is more than some certain countries.
Right.
It's not a joke. Not just more than some certain countries. The way and manner people see Lagos, they see Lagos as, look, the Las Vegas of Africa. So if they see us like that, the city that never sleeps, entertainment, we're there, right? Even though we don't have all the industries here in Lagos, where they have industries in different parts of other states, they have the head offices here in Lagos. So Lagos had a head start from beginning, right? It was born with a silver spoon. Some might disagree, some might not disagree.
It was born with a silver
Yes.
spoon. Was it?
No,
I don't think it was born. I
so-
think Lagos can be equated to a hustler that hustled to
Exactly.
find their own, because it wasn't born with silver
I
spoon.
will explain-
Lagos
I'll
is a
tell you why.
cosmopolitan state, so there are people from different places, from the east, from the west, from the south. There's no Lagos is not that state where it's just the people that started the state there. It's
So-
everyone. So it wasn't
right.
born. It's a hustler
I will tell you why.
that finds this one.
Yes. So why do you think people see Lagos as, if you get here, you succeed? You say hustlers. There are a lot of hustlers around the country, within the country. Let me tell you, Lagos is positioned properly.
How is it positioned properly? You can make your own position in wherever.
No, let me tell you.
How's it
See,
positioned
so if you know,
Abuja is positioned properly.
I will explain to you now.
Over proper.
I will explain to you. The reason why it's now positioned, because we now say, let us make that place FCT. Before now, Abuja was nothing. I'm telling you, it was just a plain ground.
And okay, let's make
Hold
that
on,
place
hold
FCT.
on.
Why is it not? Why is it still Lagos that is bustling? That's why we say that
So which is why I already,
there is the hustle spirit.
which is
here.
why you see, you just simply just made what I said even more correct when I say
How did
Lagos
I?
was, brought up in the silver spoon. Let me tell you, back in the days before independence, let's not forget very easily, the amount of trade within the axis of Lagos, right? You go to CMS, you see those old.
But so do you
buildings.
know that this is facts now? Do you know there were actually more trade within Calabar, Asaba than Lagos?
Most definitely, most definitely.
You
So as soon as Lagos first and foremost became the point of and seat of power, look,
As soon
there
as
was
is that not answering the
concentration.
question that I wasn't born with the silver spoon? Because those places are richer, those places are closer to the borders that make things even easier for trade.
So, okay,
and
go
they
ahead.
are still not. What's the special advantage that Lagos has that you
I
say
just explained
makes
to you.
it? No, you've
So,
not.
first of all, let's look at Calabar first and foremost. So Calabar has what? What they have? Do they have coastal line like that? Maybe little, maybe much, whichever it is. But you can't compare it to the stretch that Lagos has. Plus, let's forget again in the hurry that look, the same people who came to colonize Nigeria back in the days had a lot of riverine trade from the rivers all the way to Ogun and Lagos. Lagos was the anchor point. See, I can go on and on. So when I say Lagos was, giving birth to the silver spoon,
Okay.
yes, it's a figure of speech.
So
You
let's
understand?
don't forget what the headline is saying.
It's saying-
They're saying that the budget that was allocated,
Allocated.
80% of it was what they wanted to use it for was done. That's what they're
Yes.
saying.
Okay, fine,
So
fine.
it's not about see other states. I saw what the Imo State governor is actually doing now, and I must say other states are actually catching up.
Yeah.
It's not about Lagos. You're talking about trade.
I was hoping you're going to
Do
say.
you know-
I was hoping you're going to say Abia State.
Abia State, because it's in the news. Everybody knows about Abia State. But Imo State, do you know what is going on there?
Hope is on the man.
Yes. He's doing a lot of things.
Are you
there
aware the
now.
amount of people who are
Sir.
criticizing him for insecurity in Imo State already?
One thing at a time. Imo State didn't used to have roads, flyover, robbery. Now it's reduced. I have people that are there and they're really like attesting to this.
So why
But
are
when
we
we're
not
talking
seeing
about
a lot of
trade,
it in the news?
we have people who actually come from every part of Nigeria to
Right.
trade in Aba, Onitsha. But we don't see that because, like you said, Lagos is like that. I have to come to Lagos to make it. If it's not Lagos, I'm not going to make it. So what the headline is saying is the budget that was allocated, we've used 80% to clap for us. That's just
so-
what they're saying, not because
Right.
Lagos is they're doing well in trade than other states. Other states are actually catching up really, really fast.
Fast, actually.
Okay,
Really, really
so
fast.
I would not dispute what you
No,
said.
but we have to go now.
We have to go. We have
We have to go now. Let's take a quick break and be right back for the papers just in a jiffy. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Still the BDTV Breakfast Show. Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment. This is where we check out some of the newspaper front pages across Nigeria. We're starting off this morning, of course, from home. We start off with the BusinessDay paper this morning. The big story right here on the BusinessDay paper. This one is just shocker to me, but maybe not quite. Also, all sort of funding. Some try to bootstrap, but basically funding. But I think one of the challenges they have, because if we go into this story, I'll probably go into it. One of the challenges they have is that many of these founders don't properly manage these funds. It's almost like what they say, money misses road. They come with exciting ideas. Oh, climate change, we're doing this, we're changing the face of food. We're changing the face of agriculture. We're
water.
making it. We're making and we're providing safer access to healthcare. Safer this. Just really exciting with amazing pitches that would excite anybody. We're making energy cleaner. We're making, they come with these pitches. Even if you're an investor, you are investing. But I think that some of them, young, bright minds, maybe some of them have really
great ideas.
Maybe they have great ideas. Maybe they have the true investment into what they're doing. Maybe, but I think some of them are also about, it's like, let's go where the money is. So then they do these things and then they cash out. They are not able to manage it. Next thing you know, they're buying their Benz. They're buying. Don't you see how
Prado?
Don't you see how they're just like this today, and then the next when they get those grants and funding, it's different. I saw online, maybe that's also like some guerrilla marketing or something. They're just, I don't want to mention their names. I'm not doing free publicity for them. And they came online. They were like, we don't employ. It's a tech company. They're like, we don't employ broke people. In my mind, I'm like, what do you mean by you don't employ broke people? Firstly, when you're employing people, you should be employing them to empower them. It's nothing like I'm employing broke people. We don't employ broke people. Say we can't. I tell marketing, you can't do marketing that is less than, I think he said $50,000. And I was like,
in which economy?
In which economy? That they tell their marketing team that there's no, they have not started their list marketing should not be, their list marketing should not be less than $50,000. And then people are like, wait, you guys, so when these people fund you, you see what we're saying? When they fund you, they put how much, let's say maybe let's say $1 million. I'm just saying $1 million. By the time, what's your marketing budget for the year? When you say $50,000 is the least thing you should do, and you know how much marketing you use. So when you're seeing them on billboards on this that, so you guys just spend the money. The thing you say, oh, we're providing clean energy access for people in Maraba, people in this thing. You're not doing anything. Now, when they employ services, one thing I know, because I work with them a lot, when they now employ services, they will tell you, when they employ people's services, you and I, they will tell you there's no money, we're just doing it, why start up.
When it comes to media, but
yes,
pay them very well.
They'll tell you, we're just doing it, why a startup. Meanwhile, you guys are driving the latest cars, doing this, and you're opening your mouth to say that the least this thing is $50,000. We don't employ broke people. But now when you want to now employ services, you say, oh, guys, people will really do it for you, saying, oh, it's startup, we're supporting. Meanwhile, you guys are the ones swallowing the money. So I won't be surprised. I'm not surprised if this is happening in the tech space, where I would really, really tied to mismanagement of these funds or selfishness. There's a selfish reason why many of them are going into this business. That's not truly human.
Just to to throw in some opinion to that angle, I will tell you this for fact. It has come to a point where we no longer see criminals looking scruffy now. Yes, I will say it. I dare say it. Look, sometimes you see them in shirt, tie, suit.
Criminals looking scruffy.
Yes.
That's an interesting line.
No more scruffy criminals now. Because see, you have the ideas, you have everything, but you lie about sustainability plan, right? You know that there's no light at the end of the tunnel. So you make what they see, the perception, right, look so attractive. Now, of course, most of these huge companies abroad who give out grants, they are looking for startups. Why? Because even people who they report to, right, are saying, we'll give you money so you can give out grants, hopefully get testimonials so that we know that these monies are being used. There are some big companies that have out some percentage to say, this is our CSI money for the year. It must go to companies that actually go to scout for startups to give them grants. That's how it works globally. And most of their target, I won't say customers, but target people are in Africa, because a lot of startups in Africa. Now, if for instance a big company, right, that is a big tech company abroad, believes instead of we coming down here to start our own company, let us look for those young startups, invest in them. And let's assume they have like $1 million to share for like 10, 20 companies. If you look at it closely, you realize that they already know that most of them, like I said, criminals nowadays don't just look scruffy. No. Some of them are all tied in suit and looking all shy, but they know what they want to do. Their motive is very clear. most of those international boys, when they come with that huge amount of money, they know that these startups, right, might not even exist in the next 5 years. But guess what? It is to their benefit. Why? Because another 2 years they'll come back again. So how far have you done? Oh, we're still struggling. Let's give you more grants because they're making money for themselves too. So you see now, it's no longer these tech companies that will just come up with a great idea, great presentation. I go for this presentation, I see them, right? Go for seminars, you see them pitching ideas, pitch left, right, and you're wondering, I saw this guy 3 years ago, right? He pitched an idea. What happened to the funds that was given to him? Why does he come back again for another one?
But why will an investor give you money and you not properly manage the money? That is
So
that
it's
is
also
the issue.
that some of their business.
But you guys see where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah.
That
Yes.
it is not just the recipient of that grant. Those that give them that money, right? They are also in cahoots. They know, look, for what it's worth, right? In 3 years, this person might not sustain this thing. We are willing to come back and give you money.
Have you seen a pitch? Have you seen when it comes to this tech guys?
I wish you understand.
It became a business in 2022. Yaba was the hub for startup because 2020, 2021, tech became a big thing.
Yeah.
In 2022, it became a business. Everybody wanted to have like a blue cover. They call it blue cover, where you have your pitch and everything, what you want to do, what you want to start up. Everybody just wanted, they employ people to write for them, like, oh, I have this idea, make this idea sellable, and then they would just go for this investor event, and then they pitch, and then you get the money. And before you know, I said Prado, they don't use Benz, so no, Prado, this is Prado Jeep. You see them all around, and after the money is done, either they travel out, or you just see that this app that I saw that had prospects is not there again.
Why is EFCC
the
and
bad
ICPC
thing-
not following up on this?
Because it's not a, how will I put it? EFCC is not going to cover everything. It's not a criminal act.
It's not a criminal act.
I tell you that
so-
I can.
so-
They will
yeah.
end up building the
it's
app.
really about.
It's just like you starting a business now, and then the business.
Of course, it's
fades
grand.
and
It's
falls.
just that they have unsustainable business models.
Yes.
So the business models, like you come up with a fantastic idea, like Deb has said, very sellable. Any investor will buy into it.
Yeah.
But the model is not sustainable because many of these people have not even gone through the proper what do you call it, channels to actually starting a business. So you know, when you say something is theoretically, it sounds mind blowing, it sounds exciting. I'll
What's
buy
the
it.
sustainability
But so
plan
there's
down
no
the
proper.
road?
So that's why down 2 years, 3 years down, they're not even able to meet the 5-year benchmark. Some of them manage to meet the 5, and after they crash, it's like people that go into something, and then even the people that go into the startups that they employ, many of them maybe developers, software engineers, and many of them are literally marking times like, let me just go here, cash out and move, because I don't see this thing being sustained. So that's really what many, because they can clearly see the unsustainable business model. Some of them promise you heaven and promise their staff heaven and earth. They actually do it, but you can't even see how it will be sustainable. Like they'll tell you when you see how much they say they're going to pay, they'll give you this package, they'll give you this package.
And so
You will
leave-
jump in. So many of them
you
will just
leave
jump
it-
into
yes.
yes. So people would jump into it, knowing that I know say this thing no go dey sustainable, but for the timing, make I just cash it.
It's good enough that at least now we are making the public know that this is one of their.
And I'm give it to CBN. They knew, because apart from tech companies, people started doing new age banks. They call them investment banks. People decided like that was the new gold. When they saw that, okay, these people are going to come and ruin this, they had to put in so many regulation, and that's why we didn't have so much people in the bank system. It became a thing. You wake up, you see this bank, that bank, and you'll be like, what's going on? Is there money there that we are not seeing? So I don't have an issue with investors that are making money. It's all business. If I have to make money for you to start a business, for me to give you money, I will do what I have to do. The problem is, what do you do with the money that I give to you? We can see other banks, new age banks that we are all enjoying now. Investors also gave them money. Some of them didn't even start with investor money, but we can see where they are now. And we must give it to some of the tech companies that actually got money and they actually still standing.
Yeah, some actually come with good intentions.
Exactly.
So let me blow
So it's
your
what
mind.
you use the money for.
The question now is, why is it that we have more of this thing prevalent right here in Nigeria than other countries in Africa?
Because Nigeria is, do you know the amount of smart people that we have here in Nigeria?
So great. I like the fact that you mentioned smart. Yes, we have smart people. Yes, we have strong, resilient entrepreneurs. The thing is, you see, and I'll say it again, because if I haven't experienced it, I probably wouldn't, have details of what I'm saying. Most of the international bodies who have this money to give, they are obliged to give out that money because they are in the business of giving out grants so they can keep their own, business. Hold on. I'm coming somewhere. So my question is that, you see, to us now is not the problem. But what it's doing is that it is killing the reputation of the idea of startup in Nigeria.
No,
I will explain to you why. Hold on. I will explain to you. You see, reputation matters a lot. 100%. There are some genuine people out there who want to invest in Nigeria. But when they now see captions like this, the Nigerian tech graveyard expands. In other words, the graveyard is getting bigger and bigger, right? That multi-million-dollar startups are folding. When you see this kind of caption and you think to yourself, I have money to invest in Nigeria. I need to support young businesses, entrepreneurs, watch them, listen to their page and see where I can help them. When you see, captions like this, which obviously this caption is a good caption to expose some certain things. But as an investor, right, and you see things like this, you don't think that they want to take that money and go to other countries like Ghana, South Africa, other countries where they know that for what is worth.
You're saying two things at this point.
Hold on.
Are you against the investors? Because you're saying
I'm not against
the investors are using it as a money-making scheme.
I'm explaining to you why we would not see this caption change in another 3-4 years.
Okay.
The thing is that
it's not the problem of the investors. It's the people who the investors give money to.
So the point here is that, look, can we see those people that are giving money before, the business that didn't work, right? Can they come forward and tell us how come the business didn't work? How come there was a bit of shortcoming?
So who's going to call them to come and tell us?
But we have regulators.
But with that, have you noticed that the amount of investors that actually invest in tech, in tech now has reduced?
Okay, let me ask
it's
you.
not as it was 2 years ago.
So why are the business failing?
Because they don't have like a sustainability
We've talked about
plan.
Unsustainable business models. We've also talked about the fact. I also
have
need
you
to
really
add the
thought
fact,
about that? Those who give them the money want the business to fail.
No,
I don't know about
that. Want their money.
I don't know about that. Because they have to get returns.
It is not their. That's what I'm telling you. Look, see, so you have companies like BlackRock, right? These are people who own those big banks that actually lend money. You see, I can go on and on. It's not everything you want to say, but at the end of the day, right? If these monies don't flow like that.
Let me put it in simple terms, Valentine. I know we have to move on.
So companies work.
Let me put it in simple terms.
And they come back next year. And there's nobody to support them.
Apart from this argument, I think let's focus on the fact. Let's state the problem and then possible solutions. Problems that, like I've said, problems of unsustainable business models, problems of creating. Some of them come with maybe interesting ideas, interesting pitches, like I'd mentioned, but it's international. It doesn't really apply to our local context. So they also need to create some of these solutions in a way that, like they say in conferences these days, we need to create African solutions for African problems. Because most of the time what they come is like you selling an American product for face, but you're not thinking about fancy products. You're not thinking about the weather and all of that. So it's nice. It's not like it can't. So away from the sustainable business model, that's the money side of things, is that some of these solutions are great, but they can't work in this climate. There are interesting nuances here. While we might say, bribery, if bribery is bad, but in our local context, there are some things that you have to make some provision for within your business, because here it must happen. If you want to set up a business in some place, you are on money, you will have to pay them. You have to, so you cannot come and say, I'm not doing this. You will pack up in the next 2 years because you cannot be sustained. So there is that. So it's just all of these problems have sort of compounded. I'm just trying to go away from the fact that it's not just about money and maybe the way they squander it and all of that, and their sustainable business models as well. It's also that some of the solutions are great, but they can't work in this climate.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's move on now to see what we have on the front page of the Guardian paper very quickly.
Okay, so 767 local governments without active websites. Page 6, you can see that. You can see that in the Guardian newspaper. Amid autonomy. News is what it is, right? Today we have something new, tomorrow we have something old, as the case may be, However it is, however you want to juggle it. But seeing that doctors are now gearing up for another strike again because they've not made their demand.
We're going to continue this back and forth.
Yeah.
I'll leave that down.
We're going to continue this back and forth. Let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper
All
this
right.
morning.
The big story on the Vanguard reads: NECA, MAN, and NACCIMA reject Senate NSITF takeover. And that story is on page 4. And warns against politicization of workers' fund. Say move to amend Act threatens transparency, violates ILO's convention. And the top of the Vanguard reads, Nigeria loses 6.8 billion naira to oil production shortfalls in 8 months. And you can get a hand of that story in page 19 of the Vanguard newspaper. And we have Dangote expands refinery capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day. And that story is on page 9 of the Vanguard newspaper. Dangote is on every dailies today. And we also have, quickly, resident doctors declaring definite nationwide strike from October 31st. And that story is on the page 5 of the Vanguard. And we have Access Holdings gross earnings up by 13.8% to 2.5 trillion naira. That story is on page 5. And finally, we have Serap to NNPCL accounts for missing 22.3 billion naira, 49.7 million US dollars, 14.3 million pounds, and 5.2 million euros oil fund.
Okay.
That's a lot of money.
Sarah always make
Holding
people every Monday. Sarah does the lot.
So believe it or not, they actually did lost work. Look, Sarah,
No, for real.
Sarah is like the only, for me,
Financial,
organization that understands that if you make a mistake, it is worth talking about and answers must be gotten. Look, you don't mess with them.
But by the way, for our viewers, Serap is the social economic rights and accountability project. But the thing with Serap is, yes, they do this. Like I used to say back then, that every Monday you must see Serap says XYZ must do this. But the only challenge I have with Serap is after holding people, to account, what do they do afterwards? It's like saying, Valentine, you must do this. If you don't do it,
what will happen?
So this is what I think a suggestion. Look, just the way they arm EFCC with security personnel with guns, I think we should also arm Serap too. Saying, look, you know why? You know why? Because look, they are always accurate. I dare say that they're sometimes more accurate than EFCC. That's why you can never see them in the news being attacked by any other agency. No.
Yeah.
Right? Unlike EFCC, people say, look, they have some selected flow and there's some sacred cow or elephant, as the case may be. So they leave some and they go for some. Serap will tell you as it is. So I think they need to arm them. Say, look, give them some security personnel if they've not done that already. To say when you see this so-called jacket, when they have the EFCC red, you are cautious. You should also have Serap too. When you see Serap too, they're out for business.
Okay, we actually have to go now. Let's see if we can see what we have on the cartoon of the day very briefly, just for our viewers too.
Shadow will come for you.
Right? Shadow is watching.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
It's called Nemesis. Whatever you do comes back.
Gotcha. So, Valentine, you have to take note of that.
Well, I have, which is why I'm treading.
Are you sure? Because this resident doctor thing. We'll come back to you.
30. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Let's take a quick break right now. We will be back soon, but at 9 a.m. you have the Business Week in a bit with Mr. Frank Aigbogun as well as Mr. Ololade Akimurili. Do stay with us.
Are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited and all because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it's going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried to ignore it because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. You sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road, where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that there will not be cost, there will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go?
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is Business Day Television, and welcome to Business Week. Every Monday, roundup of important economic developments in Nigeria. As usual, with me in the studio is Lolade Akimlere, who is editor of Business Day, and of course, Business Day's chief economist, Dr. Ade Oshun, who is joining us from Abuja. We have a very interesting lineup of matters to discuss today, from the exit of Nigeria from the grey list to banks in Nigeria doubling down on solar power for their branches, as well as the matter of how Nigerians are dying decades before their peers around the world. But before we get into today's conversation, first, the major news items from around the world. Nigeria recorded $50 billion worth of crypto transaction in 1 year, according to the Director General of Nigeria's Securities and Exchange Commission. Dangote is to raise $5 billion for the expansion of the giant refinery in Lagos, according to the CEO of Afri-Eximbank. Nigeria is wooing global investors to its solid minerals sector, where it sees significant opportunity for return on investment. On the foreign scene, Cameroon has clamped down on opposition as tension rises over the presidential election of last week. US, China are seeking to ease trade tensions as Trump continues his tour to Asia. And in Argentina, voters handed President Javier Milei a crucial victory in mid-term elections. Now to the matters of the week. So, Lolade, I'll start with you. Nigeria has exited, along with South Africa and I think 2 other African countries, the grey list, the global list of countries that are not doing well in terms of transparency in financial records and transactions. What does this truly mean for Nigeria?
Good question. So yes, as you rightly said, we've exited the Financial Action Task Force grey list, which essentially just means that, we entered that list in February of 2023, more than 2 years now. And typically what it means is that the country was under close monitoring by the FATF, working with government officials to ensure that certain gray areas in terms of movement of capital, is clarified, because we had some issues with money laundering and the likes. So that's what it is. So now that we're off that list, it means that the flow of capital would be easier. I know that we've been struggling to grow our FDI significantly. Part of the reason why we've had that lag, is also because of, the list that we're on, which essentially just spooks investors. So with that sorted now, it means that we'll start to see improved FDI. If you look at the sectors that will benefit the most from this, it will be banking and trade. And that's why it's no surprise that most of the reactions that we've seen since Nigeria was removed from that list on last Friday was from people like the CEO of Pega, for instance, Mr. Tayo Obiusu, who has really cheered the news because it just reduces the cost of moving capital, from across the world into Nigeria. So that's really a positive. It would impact FDI, but not only FDI, it would impact diaspora remittances as well, because the cost of moving funds, like I said earlier, has been a little bit expensive because we've been on that grey list. Now that we're out of that, well for the naira. So it's a really good one. Kudos to the agencies, the government agencies involved, from the CBN to the NFIU to the EFCC, because they've been working with the FATF in the last 2 years that we've been on that list to just essentially get us off the list, and the results of that good work has come to bear now with the final removal. So it's positive for us as an economy and for the currency as well.
Thank you. Dr. Adeosun, I know Business Day has on its front page today a photograph of the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, as long as with the Internal Affairs Minister and the President of the FATF and a senior official of the group as well. At the meeting where it was announced that Nigeria was being taken out of the list. So this, and then of course we saw a statement by the central bank over the weekend. We saw another statement by the Nigerian Financial Fraud Unit. So this must be a very big thing, Adeosun. How big is it for Nigeria that we are no longer on
Thank
that
you
list?
so much. Thank you so much. First and foremost, let me say congratulations to Nigeria. We must celebrate every piece of good news. Again, a lot of hard work has gone into this outcome. We must also appreciate all the relevant government agencies that have stepped up and have done the needful. This is not just about regulatory housekeeping. It's about money, cheaper money flowing into Nigeria again. Also, like Lolade mentioned, when you are grey listed, it means that there is significant weakness in your anti-money laundering. But also, it also means that you may not have robust or strong counter-terrorism financing systems. So it means on two fronts, we are working hard to mitigate or reduce or eliminate money laundering, and also counter-terrorism financing systems. So you will see that this also have implications for illicit flows to, terrorists and other people playing negative trends. So there will be a multiplier effect, not just on inflow, but also on security. Let me also quickly add there that, when you have the status of being on the gray list, it means every international transaction involving Nigeria was treated as higher risk, and it was more heavily scrutinized. So when something is higher risk, what that means is that you get loans at a higher interest rate. So that's more cost for everybody. And of course, when the rubber hits the road, everybody will feel the pain. Let me also drop here that the International Monetary Fund, that is IMF, has estimated that when any country is gray listed, it can lose foreign capital inflows equivalent to about 7.6% of their GDP. So just imagine we've been losing 7.6% GDP for the last 2 to 4 years that we have been on this list, because investors will hesitate and money becomes very, very expensive. So all the stakeholders are happy, and rightfully so. The government of the day is latching on, because the government is framing this as a validation of broader economic monetary reforms under the Tinubu administration, and the message is we are rebuilding credibility. And thankfully, you can also see correlation between what the Cardoso regime has been doing with return to orthodoxy and doing things by the books. If I have
Okay, it appears as if
I have a few more things to say, but let me defer back to you, sir.
Thank you very much. We are having a flurry of very positive news about Nigeria. And as Dr. Adeosun say, I think it behoves on us when each time we hear a good news that we celebrate it. In my view, what we have seen here is a multi-government agency approach to dealing with this problem of gray listing, whether it's central bank, whether it's
Very true, I agree. I mean, it just goes to show that we're working more as a team. A lot of people have always wanted to see better coordination from the multiple government agencies, and we're saying that. So it's really kudos to all the agencies involved, really, because it was a lot of work, I can imagine, because it's not easy when you're listed on that grey list and then you get out in less than 3 years. So it's good. Kudos to us.
Fantastic. You know, I was saying a while ago that BusinessDay had on its front page today a photograph of the Minister Wale Edun along with his colleague in Internal Affairs, and that's a good sign that. To grow more at a much faster pace than it has done in the past few years. All right. Now, another matter that I'd like to take very quickly, and we must give credit to those that credit belong. The Guardian has on its front page today a story that said that 767 of the 774 local governments in Nigeria do not have websites. My heart
And the exchange rate liberalization that just gave an extra bump to federal allocation. So not having a website, I mean, they've survived without that for this long, but I think this is the time now for them to really get their act together, because if you're getting extra cash in the magnitude that they're getting, then it's only natural that there's better transparency, because people want to ask questions. They want to know exactly how the funds are being deployed, and what better way to find out than getting the information from the websites of these agencies. So if it doesn't exist, it's such a shame, really, and it's something that cannot be sustained. It shouldn't happen going forward. I think they need to get their act together and just ensure that there's better transparency, because that's the only way that you even give confidence to Nigerians, especially given that, you also have some tax reforms that will be implemented next year. We'll be paying more some people will be paying more in taxes to the government, and there'll be more questions, because this is a time where the government really needs to strengthen the social contract with the people, and you can't really achieve that if there isn't sufficient transparency. So it's quite an anomaly. It's shameful, really, that we've gone on for this long, but I'm hoping that things will change in no time.
Dr. Adeosun, I mean, I feel quite appalled by what is happening in Nigeria, at least at the local government level. If it is the case that that 767 local governments have no websites, it means that of the 774 local governments, only 7 have websites. 7 out of 774. In fact, I'm lost for words.
Kudos to the paper that published it, but just to also mention to our listeners, we also published something around this October 20, which was just last week. The local government's conundrum: high revenue, low impact in Nigerian council. So our listeners may also check through our online portal to read that. And in that particular work, we articulated how the local government are not doing enough. And for example, we articulated that significantly we have quite a number of local governments. To be specific, Alimosho, Ikeja, Amak in Abuja, Port Harcourt, Kana, Bade, Benin, Kebbi. We highlighted the top 8 local governments in terms of revenue. We also showed some of their key projects and some of the developmental impacts. It will interest you also that in that particular article, we highlighted the fact that Ikeja local government has an online portal. Ladies and gentlemen, you won't believe it. When did they launch this portal? Just 2023, just 2 years ago. All right. But the good thing is, since 2 years ago now, relatively, with respect to Ikeja local governments, you can now track some projects online, and they are able to also get some level of feedback. The truth is, Lolade has said it all. You see, online visibility means more transparency. Somehow we know that opacity, sort of supports corruption, aids corruption, and people are afraid to be brought out to the open. They know that once people know, it means even the local government, any citizen of the local government who is even in diaspora can begin to ask questions. So the fewer people know, the better for people who don't have honest intentions. I look forward to citizens, making a request that all local governments should give us websites. And also, of course, just to also put that out, the website should now not become another bogus project that among us insane amount of money will be earmarked for portals that a few thousands of naira can do. But that's the way to go. Absolutely, that's the way to go, sir.
Thank you very much. So, Lola, what I think this is really interesting. We're going to come back to this matter quite a number of times, because one of the things that we promote is financial transparency. And in fact, we think that not only should we canvass that local government should have websites, that their website should also be active, they should be live. Their website should have should have answers to the key questions that people will ask. And at some point, there should be a ranking of the websites of the local governments just to see how good they are. But let me ask you, what precisely, why is this an issue, and what precisely should local governments who as yet do not have websites, what should they immediately begin to do?
I think they should start putting plans in place to have one, because like we've said, it's important because it breeds transparency. You can't expect to be, it's not convenient for Nigerians to know that, the local governments are getting much more money from federal allocations, and it's not clear what they can't see that cash translating into benefits to them, to their lives, whether it's in terms of investment in infrastructure, healthcare, education. These are not things that should be left to only the federal government. The local government is closer to the people and should play a more active role. So, they need to start by just building these websites. It doesn't take forever to do that. And then just ensure that it's properly fed with the right information, the frequently asked questions that people might have, and just something that ensures that, where they can be held accountable by Nigerians anywhere they might be. Because, if you have a website, it means that anyone, anywhere around the world can just easily go there and then verify information and check to see exactly how funds are being deployed and the projects they are undertaking. I think this is just basic. It's an evolution that has been waiting to happen. And I think right now we have the right environment to really canvass and advocate for this to happen really quickly, given the fact that they are receiving more funds. I've been emphasizing that is important. They're receiving much more funds, and then there are more questions asked today more than ever as to how those funds are being utilized.
Let me get a bit provocative here. Is it the case that the local governments don't think about being accountable to the people simply because they don't even work for the money? They gather in Abuja every month, collect the money, or wherever it is that they gather, collect the money, and then, as I said earlier, vanish into thin air.
And Nigeria,
there is no attempt at generating internal revenues, and so they probably don't see themselves as being accountable to anybody.
Yeah, precisely. And Nigerians don't take enough interest in local government elections.
Precisely.
So that's another thing. So sometimes they feel like it's not Nigerians who elect them anyway. They're just selected.
9 trillion naira in 3 years is a lot.
It is. It's a lot of money. So I think another thing that we can do as citizens as well is to start to pay more attention to local government elections, because if we did that, then it would be one of the ways that they go around campaigning. You know, transparency, saying that, you know, I've got a website, all of the way we process our funds, the way we utilize the funds that we get is all available on the website for people to go and easily verify, and that can become a tool for campaigning in the future.
So what do you do, Dr. Adeosun? What do you do to local government?
One, you know, you can't say a website is mandatory. It's not a legislative or a statutory.
Yes, requirement.
It's common sense. Permit me to quote Bamboo.
Yeah, but common sense is not very common in Nigeria.
Yeah, you know, but trying to make common sense, it should be visible that is the way to go. But let me quickly, piggyback on this. Don't forget that some of these local governments, what is their level of education? And by level of education, I don't even necessarily mean a degree. Even when you say school SAT, what's the quality?
What quality of the school certificate?
Did they finish the school SAT?
Yes.
Do they have 5 credits? Are they literate enough? I mean, numeracy and literacy. Talk less of IT literacy. I can assure you that even if we somehow force or coerce them to set up this website, there will be capacity issues. How many local governments today have an IT personnel currently on their payroll that can manage a website? 2, how are we going to be sure, apart from the initial launching of the website, which will be done with pomp and pageantry, how are we sure that on a daily, on a weekly, on a monthly, up to date, up to minutes information will be uploaded?
Yes.
These are some of the issues.
I get you. I think we have.
State government are struggling.
I get you. We have to go on break. There is one more. There's one more laughable statistics that if you look at the 74 local governments, only 23% of them have internet connection. I know you will laugh your teeth out here, but let's take a break and we'll be back. Please don't go away.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once again, welcome to Business Week on Business Day Television, our weekly roundup of important economic developments in Nigeria. Before we went on break, we were talking about the exiting of Nigeria from the grey list, and we also spoke about the not so pleasant revelation that only 7 of Nigeria's 774 local governments that receive about 3 trillion naira every year have websites. Now, as we go on, the banks are doubling down on the application of solar to powering their branches across the country. UBA took a very significant step the other day. We know that Sterling Bank has, for some time now, been powering its 20-story headquarters on solar. So it appears as if everyone is feeling the pinch of the option, or what do you call it, band A or band 1 or band B. So even the banks are beginning to see
Fidelity, Stanbic IBTC, and Sterling Bank, and we realized that combined they spent about 143 billion on energy costs in 2024. And
143 billion.
Yeah, that was up from about 59 billion the year before.
So it's gone up almost 3 times.
In 2024, yes. So
and that must be because of band A.
Precisely. So I mean, it's important that so it's no surprise for me that there are a lot more banks now seeking aggressively to just transition to solar energy because they're trying to cut off some of those costs, just bring it down. UBA, for instance, I went into a partnership with Renewvia, to
the Norwegian company.
Yes, to pass 25 branches.
And that would be a pilot.
Yes, because they would extend that to 50 branches that cuts across 18 states. If you look at UBA, for instance, I mean, same problem that they've had in terms of energy costs just rising. It's become, I think in 2024 they spent about 50 billion alone. They accounted for a large chunk of the total figure I gave earlier. So it does make sense that there's this transition happening. Banks are trying to just ensure that there are ways of reducing their costs so that they can boost profitability, especially given that interest rates are beginning to come down. The normal drivers of revenue for them is tapering a bit. So it's important that they start looking at how to
cost is a major driver. I must say that the banks are not trying to do ESG. It's not about environmental sustainability and governance marketing at all. Even though it will help them from that front, that perspective. If energy costs are doubling year on year, profit compression will follow. It will impact on the profitability, on the top line, on the bottom line, and the interest of the shareholders will be compromised. So solar is a margin protection strategy. Let me put it that way. There's also this second order effect, if I can use that expression. Banks build internal expertise in financing and deploying solar for themselves. So because they are now even using solar directly, they can now even better market or fund and finance solar projects.
So we're talking about Physician Healed Thyself here.
Yes. So this energy transition by the banks is now becoming a banking product. So it's a two-edged benefit. They save costs internally, then it can turn to a revenue source for them. Okay, so it's not just an energy transition, they are living it. Solar is not just CSR, it's a cost of survival strategy.
Interesting.
Okay? And it will lead to a new lending vertical. So it's a win-win both ways.
Let me ask the question here. Why has it taken the bank so long? I mean, to see the advantage in switching from grid power to renewable power. I know that Lolade has spoken about the moderation in interest and, of course, the benefits arising from high interest rates to the banks. But is there also the affliction that has afflicted a lot of homes in Nigeria and businesses as well, whereby you have rackets in the home, the migad at the gate, and then at the office, the procurement people whose interest it is just to keep the diesel flowing endlessly. Lolade, you are smiling.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Diosho, go on.
Let me come in here.
Yeah, come in, please.
Let me say that the cost implications is not just electricity from NEPA, since there are different service providers now, but you understand what NEPA is. It's not also just diesel.
Okay, but why did it take the bank such a long time? Why did it take the bank such a long time? Yeah. Okay, millennials.
The maintenance.
The maintenance, the parts. Don't forget that anything that is dollar denominated has gone up. And all these diesel engines, petrol engines, you need to service them. You need to change parts. All the costs have gone up. All right?
Yeah.
So, again, on a national level, you will realize that. Let me read these statistics for us very, very quickly. All right? In first half of 2025, Nigerians imported roughly 242.68 billion worth of solar panels. And this is 17% higher than 2024.
Yeah.
So, like you alluded to, sir, all Nigerians are now more cost conscious. It's just like the way some private car owners too are converting to CNG.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making that
one more thing, sir.
Yeah.
Indulge me, sir. Respectfully, sir. You will also realize that the profits from the bank that could be alluded to Forex is somewhat reduced. So they need to save more costs.
Yes, I agree.
Certain revenue sources are being minimized.
I agree, but I'm trying to get to a point that both of you are trying to avoid. I have seen data that suggests that about $3.8 billion of diesel in Nigeria every year is not accounted for. $3.8 billion of diesel. Diesel that probably was never paid for, or that was never, procured, that paid for. Diesel that was procured and stolen. So, and I'm asking the question, is it that everywhere we all have been captured by the diesel racketeers in our home, in our offices, and in government departments as well? That's the point that I'm making. Why is it taking us such a long time to get to the point where we are doing something about a huge leakage in our pockets, whether it be at home or in the offices? That's my point.
Yeah, I think we've just naturally gotten to that point because that leakage in the pocket, you've got less money in it now, and you're more conscious of how much is in that pocket. So you can't afford to continue going the route of wastages. So, I mean, for the banks, like Dr. Adeosun pointed out, it's also not just, is it the case that the fact that interest rates are moderating means that they would see some decline in their income. It's also the case that the cost of servicing the parts of those diesel engines, those diesel generators, is dollar denominated and expensive.
Yeah, I agree.
If you look at the exchange rate today, it's much, compared to what it was in 2023, you've seen about 100% decline. So they need to start thinking more about sustainability, thinking about how to cut costs, and the only natural way to do that as it relates to power is to transit to solar, because there's so many examples out there, companies that have made that successful transition and are able to save huge amounts of money from that regard. I know I saw a report by the IMF at some point for Nigerian, no, it was Fitch actually, on Nigerian banks. I said that if they can fully transit at least half of their branches to solar energy, they can save the industry can save 100 billion per annum. So I'm sure they're looking at those same numbers and asking the question, why is it taking us this long to do this? But now is a good time anyway, better late than never. So I think that's why we're seeing that, and the expectation is that it would even continue going forward.
Okay. For the banks that haven't made the transition or are still and combat by the diesel racketeers in their procurement departments. I think they need to free themselves from the yoke. And for homes, once I was in a conversation with a very prominent Lagosian, and he said that this particular day, his guard had an issue back at home in his village, and he traveled. And so his driver chose to stay overnight to be at the gate. And at 12 midnight, they had a knock on the door. I won't buy diesel. I won't buy diesel. I won't buy diesel. And the driver went to call his Oga and say, there's somebody here. I don't know whether you sell diesel. He says he wants to buy diesel. And by the time they interrogated the fellow, they found out that every evening he came around to take 1 or 2 jerrycans of diesel that the man had bought to be used. And this is not an isolated experience. I have spoken to many other people in Lagos who also alluded to having been scammed by their domestic staff as well. If this is happening at home, you can be certain it is happening at a larger scale in the offices, and I dare say even bigger scale in government establishments. Anyway, let's move on to the matter that became a lead story matter on Business Day on Wednesday of last week. It is a fact that Nigerians died decades before their peers around the world. Simply put, the expected life of a Nigerian is shorter than that for most other countries. I think, in fact, the data suggests that only one country in the world has a shorter life expectancy than Nigeria. So,
Yes, the Africa average is 64. Then the global average is 72. So you see that Nigerians, we're well below when it comes to average life expectancy.
Is it what we eat? Is it the diesel we smell or steal? Or what's going on?
It's a combination of all of it. Because if you look at it, the cost of living in Nigeria is quite expensive. The cost of food compared to these other countries, you find that food inflation in Nigeria is perhaps one of the highest when you compare to the other countries that we surveyed. So that's another thing. So that most Nigerians don't have access to a very healthy diet, and of course that takes a toll on their health as well. And if you look at our health infrastructure, the healthcare facilities and all of that, we're also home to the country where we're also home to the highest rate of maternal deaths in the world. So these things they go hand in hand, really. And I think it's a pity because we've been stuck at around 54 now for the longest time, and not much seems to be happening. Even though with other countries, smaller African countries like Rwanda, for instance, they've been able to grow their own average life expectancy significantly in the last 10 years, just by the right leadership, significant investments in healthcare, just ensuring that because it's important that we, as government officials, understand that you need to invest in human capital for you to get the kind of desired economic growth that you're seeking. And you can't do that if you're not investing in healthcare facilities, you're not investing in education and on all that. So healthcare is a big deal, but I don't think we've taken it seriously as our life expectancy would suggest. We've not taken it seriously, really. We need to really start to take that seriously and see how we can improve those numbers. Because without that, then we'll just keep going around in circles, and it would be a really huge mess for us if we don't address that. Because it's important for economic growth. It is.
Dr. Adeosun, I mean, we tend to focus on GDP figures, inflation figures, MPC movement in rates, and all the other things, exchange rate. I don't know. I mean, are we working on an economy for the graveyard, or we are working for an economy for people who we expect to believe in? I'm not sure you're hearing us, Dr. Adeosun, who's joined us from Abuja. But Lola, again, let me pose a question to you. Are we just working tirelessly for an economy for people that we expect to be living, or for a graveyard?
That question is a tricky one. If you look at it, for all the hard work that we do, Nigerians are not lazy. I know that there was a past president that did make the allusion that Nigerians were, even though that's not correct. But, Nigerians are not lazy. We work really hard. But the truth is, our health sometimes might fail. And that's why it's a pity, because it just goes to expose the lack of investment in healthcare. Even now, a lot of people have to pay out of pocket for healthcare. That's also a big problem. In some of the other countries.
Close to about 80% of health expenditure is out of pocket.
Precisely. So, what is the insurance coverage rate in Nigeria? Very abysmal compared to those other African countries, or just countries around the world with higher life expectancy rates. So there are a lot of low-hanging fruits, things that we can easily address to ensure that we just change the tide here. But it would take concerted effort from the government. It would take the realization that you can't really have robust economic growth if you don't have a healthy population to actually do the work. Once that happens, then hopefully we start to see a change in our health fortunes.
And you see, there are so many dimensions to this dilemma. Because the health insurance enrollment is still very small, because health insurance really thrives on skill. Because it is small, cost per person is high, or the value of what you really get is much smaller than what you will be getting paying the same thing with a significantly higher health insurance enrollment. That's one problem. There is also the problem around the matter of the devaluation of the naira. And I see that manifest in many, many ways. Take pension, for instance. A large portion of our people do not maintain any pension scheme, for instance. But even for the few who do have a pension scheme, if you retired 5 years ago on the basis of a contribution with naira at 189 naira a dollar, and today you have to buy things at $1 to 1,500 naira. What kind of retirement are you going to have?
A very miserable one.
So for me, I like the point you make about out-of-pocket expenses. But if I have money in my pocket and the money is valuable, it doesn't really care whether I, transfer it, whether I take it out of my pocket to pay it, or whether I use interest. But I see personally, my view is the devaluation, the mindless devaluation of the naira over the years is perhaps the biggest problem of Nigeria, and especially the middle class in Nigeria.
Yes, because like you rightly said, it has just essentially weakened the purchasing power of the average Nigerian. When you look at the fact that the dollar was priced at around 150 in 2015, and today it's almost 1,500, even though we've seen some appreciation recently, but it's still pretty much very weak, and we've gone from a very low base to where we are today. The devaluation has really impacted households. So like you said, what the value of cash you have in your pension is not even sufficient to ensure that you have a good retirement at the end of the day. So it's really a big problem. And that's why you see that some of the pension funds have been trying to advocate for increased investment in
but for me, that's just dancing around the edges.
But even that doesn't significantly correct the damage that's been wreaked by devaluation.
Yes.
And that's why, we're all excited that the central bank is now committed to orthodox monetary policy, such that, it's better able to manage the exchange rate in a way that we don't see the type of devaluation that we've seen in the past. Most people are even now looking that perhaps we might even start to see some appreciation towards a better level than the current level now.
I just believe that managing Nigeria's foreign exchange better is not just so we look good to the IMF. It's so that we can keep more and more of our people from dying as a result of poverty.
Precisely.
For me, that's huge. Dr. Adeosun, I'm glad you're able to join us now. You probably want to chime in.
Yes, but I didn't get the early part of the question. You may want to.
We're dealing with the problem of how devaluation of the naira over the years has become a big issue, even when you are talking about the life expectancy of the people, whether it's about pension, about health insurance, or whatever. I have been, as you would imagine at my age, in many conversations lately, and people just sit down and they are talking so alarmingly about the quality of life they would have when they retire, when they cannot even cope now that they are working. What's going to happen to them when they retire?
Okay, absolutely. And let me just respond first by saying that I'm speaking to professionals generally, anybody who is on the pension schemes, that our pension cannot be our only hope post-retirement. Is going to be somewhat inadequate. Okay, so we need to also adopt other investment strategies and techniques, diversify real estate, stocks, options, mutual funds, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, make sure that you settle any kind of liability you may have upfront. Try and secure a home or mortgage before you retire, or try and plan your life so that you don't have kids you are training post retirement, so that your burdens will be relatively lighter. The reality is
you know what I'm going to do next Monday. We are going to just dedicate this program to talking about about life in retirement. What kind of life do we all hope to have when we retire? But Dr. Deoshun, continue.
Yeah. So, because pension cannot be adequate, it's not going to be enough. But all things being equal, by the time you're a pensioner, it also doesn't mean you have zero economic value. We've seen many people transition post-retirement to, for example, consultancy or some form of trading, some form of other businesses. The truth is, if you retire at 60 or 70, you may live till 95. 25 years is still a lot to live for. And that's why the story we raised earlier on Nigerians dying before their peers is concerning, because low life expectancy is not just about people dying early. It also means that we are losing out on the wisdom of the matured class, because by the time you are 55, you have a lot of insight, you have a lot of wisdom. Yes, you may not have physical strength, but you have intellectual capital and capacity to provide support for businesses and organization. So we really need to work around it. Again, we should also improve our support. When I say support here, our diet, avoiding sedentary lifestyle, especially for people who are in the urban centers, city centers, better diet. Thankfully, last week we saw a red letter from the Minister of Health, focusing on disbursement of funds to the primary healthcare system. And I think kudos to the health minister, because this is the first time in a long time we are seeing announcements about amounts disbursed to the primary healthcare center.
Yeah.
Hopefully this will allow for better transparency and better quality of service, because sometimes by the time people are 50 something, don't forget that there are middle age crisis, diabetes, hypertension, and so on and so forth. The first thing is some people don't even get detected of this ailment on time. By the time they detect that they have this ailment, it has become chronic. Many Nigerians, sadly, we don't do annual health check. We live by faith, in quotes, until we fall down, we slump. They will now go and check our vitals. So we need to adopt and embrace preventive health techniques. Of course, I know the government can do more, but if we die, we first die for ourselves before we die on behalf of the government. Thank you.
Thank you. I just, as you went on, Dr. Adeosun, something occurred to me. I mean, the people, I like all the point about avoiding sedentary lifestyle and all of that, but I still come to my major, if you like, thesis, which is the mindless devaluation of the naira over the years has become the greatest undoing of the middle class in Nigeria. I have said that we will dedicate our meeting on Monday, our program on Monday, to just talking about this, because for me, it just comes to the value of the cash you have in your pocket. Even if you get an early diagnosis, do you have the money? When you don't pay out of, even if you don't want to pay out of pocket, do you have the money to subscribe to health insurance? And when you are in hospital, can you pay for, because what its cost is, you go to an hospital, and the first question the doctor wants resolved is whether you are able to pay or not. Not about what your health situation is. So there's just this mindless thinking all across the broad spectrum, and we've become like crabs, just pulling ourselves down. But Lalu, you have Lola, they have the final word before we close.
Yeah, what I'll say is it's important that, hopefully we get to talk about what the federal government is doing with technology to just improve block revenue leakages and all of that. It's important that there's more targeted investments, because these are social investments now in healthcare, just so that we change the narrative when it comes to average life expectancy, because it's really important. We need to reverse the tide of having to pay out of pocket for a host of other things. Hopefully, we don't have to continue down the road of the mindless devaluation that we've seen in the past, with better management of the foreign exchange market that we're seeing now. If all these factors come together, I imagine that the Nigerians will live longer than they currently do now.
Amen. Well, we will, on that note, bring today's edition of Business Week to an end. I hope you have, as we have in the studio, been thrilled by the conversation that we have had, whether it's about Nigeria exiting the grey list, or whether it's about the question of Nigerians dying much earlier before their age, or the very interesting conversation around the diesel rackets and racketeers in our homes and in our offices and in government. We will, at this point, take a leave of you, but don't stop watching. This is Business Day Television. See you 9 o'clock on Monday.
Great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria's drive for economic growth is entering a new phase as oil revenues decline and the global economy shifts towards cleaner energy. Attention is turning to the nation's rich deposits of solid minerals. From gold and lithium to tin and gemstones, the opportunity is vast, but can Nigeria transform this potential into its next economic breakthrough? Well, joining me this morning is Mr. Jamil Manga, as the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Kimberlite Africa Limited. He is a seasoned geologist with expertise in mineral exploration, data interpretation, and gemology. He also holds degrees in geology, an MBA in entrepreneurship, and an MSc in environmental management. Welcome to the show, Mr. Manga.
Thank you. Good morning.
Well,
good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Lovely to have you here, Mr. Manga. Nigeria's long talked about diversification, but what really makes this solid mineral sector a viable alternative to oil today?
Thank you very much. The oil and gas and mining sector, they are the two energy sector mix, which every developed country around the world, if you look at the leverage on that advantage. And of course, for the Nigerian mining sector, it holds a very huge potential to take over from oil. But that taking over have to be very, very to drive. But honestly, it's a sector that can replace the oil comfortably to the nation.
Right. And can you tell us how much progress has been made in mineral exploration and mapping across the country as of today?
Well, yes, it's a context, if I may say it this way, because as opposed to the common belief or narration, I, as an exploration geologist, I can comfortably tell you or confidently tell you that what is expected of the government to do, the government of Nigeria on its part have delivered its obligation. What I mean by that is for every country to succeed in this sector, the government is expected to provide a baseline study, which the federal government over the years, through the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency, the data are out there, they have done their bit. And even furthermore, they even took it further to generate some of the data for the exploration within the country. And of course, exploration in geology, it's a continuous process because it's something that even after discovery, more exploration, it's a continuous. So generally, I think I can say at this juncture that the country is ready to push the trot with a little modification and some push and some implementation of policy. I think the country is ready. It's ripe to take the bold step.
Right. And readiness aside, there's some challenges that are still limiting growth in this sector.
Well, those challenges, I think, are part and parcel of the sector. I know people have been talking about some things like insecurity, proliferation of artisans, etc. These are some of the challenges that, as far as Africa is concerned, as well as our.
Carry on, please. We can hear you.
Home country, Nigeria, here.
Mm.
Yeah, I am not a security expert, but these are things that are usually synonymous, I would say, to the sector. But I believe the government has put in more effort and readiness in trying to address this sector. Also, the second one, aside the security, is the proliferation of artisans all over the country, which comes from the backdrop of the economic challenge, I would say. But that also can be addressed. And again, I think from the government angle too, some of the policy on ground needs to review. If you ask me, this is my take though, right. Not from the government side, but as a professional, I feel we have so many small-scale licenses that are interfering with the general licensing. What I mean by that is, in some countries that are evolving in the mining sector, they have some models which they've put in place and it's working out right. We are not saying, or rather, I am not saying that the small-scale miners should be taken out of the scope, but they should be identified a certain corridor where they can operate so that the bigger mining company can comfortably come into this country. Because over a few years ago, we have it on record that some of the biggest mining companies have approached Nigeria, but with our licensing regime where you have a mix of large scale, small scale miner all together, coexisting in the same space. That's kind of a big discouragement for the bigger player to set their foot in the country like ours, which has the potential for that.
Right. And when we speak about this potential, there's also the need for us to strike the right balance between this artisanal mining and large scale commercial operations. So what then would you say is the right balance if we're going to strike a balance between both of them?
Well, I think the balance will come from maybe identifying a corridor where those small scale miners can strictly operate within, because they seem to be all over, and that's exactly what scares as one of the criteria that scares the international companies from operating, the giants, from operating in a country like ours. I think it can be done in a fashion where, okay, for instance, I can give you an example. Some of the few African countries, how it's been done there. For the artisans, even though they are, in terms of population, they are not as large as Nigeria, but most of those artisans are being given maybe to restrict themselves on the placer deposits. Talking about the alluvium, something the mineral that occurs within, let's say, the riverine areas, the river banks, etc., where they could be washing, and of course people can be taken from them, and that would give them a source of livelihood to that. For the major mining companies to operate, the country has already had those needed data, but of course, I think for it to also solidify or consolidate its interest, or to put out something that will interest the major mining companies, also to work on their manpower skill, because the data is already here. I think the missing gap for that to attract the bigger players is to work on the technical skill, because we lack them here, honestly, in this country.
So are there sustainable practices that you would say could ensure that mining does not come at a cost to these communities and the environment itself, especially now that we're talking about sustainability, especially with the goal 28, we talk about SDG goals for 2028. Are there these practices that would ensure that mining is not coming at the cost of lives to communities and the environment?
Well, the government is doing its best in collaboration with the sister, for instance, the sister ministries, talking about the Federal Ministry of Environment and this of the solid minerals, and so on, and the various agencies. They are doing their best in terms of trying to mitigate the concern raised. But again, I think honestly, the government part has been overstretched in the sense that the number of players in terms of artisans on ground have long looked like they have just overshadowed the number, few hands who are willing to put a stop to that or implement those laws. In terms of the sustainable laws, we have them beautifully written in this country, which it followed. But again, we know we have challenges of economy where we see those people will be all over mining indiscriminately. Of course, it has an adverse challenge on the environment. But of course, I know with the right intention, with the right commitment, and with some of the few things that the government and the legislators are trying to bring on board, it will help in addressing this, because recently the legislators are deliberating on floating the mine guard, which would be in charge of curbing illegal mining practices. And also they will confirm also the issue of sustainable mining practice within the area. And of course, the government also and the general public, the civil society organization also have a role to play in telling people, because honestly, I, as an exploration geologist who have been always on the field, I've seen those people, they like people to talk to. So if they'll be, their attention will be called upon those things, everybody, of course, it's a matter of health and life. So I believe that there will be some sort of adjustment to it. Thank you.
Right. And speaking of these people themselves, Mr. Manga, if we were to truly attract these local and foreign investors, what policy reforms or incentives are most urgent right now to attract these local and foreign investors?
Well, the incentives are already out there. I know one of the biggest is a tax holiday that will be given to those mining companies who are willing to come into the country and participate to be a player here. And also, there's a waiver on some of those mining equipment, which is also a big deal and also a good deal for whoever wants to bring in. So I think just to mention few, there are quite some which I could not recall presently, but the incentives are out there, which are very encouraging to attract the mining sector, and also most of all, the community relations are there. In fact, I can tell you this, that Nigeria has one of the most accommodating set of people you find in most places in the mining space around the world, because it's not quite a challenge, to operate in most of these fields, because with the existing laws on ground. For instance, the Community Development Agreement laws, which has been reviewed in this year also, it's not something far-fetched for international oil companies, international mining companies, or
yeah.
local companies to operate within those communities. So and I don't think if it's something that is too demanding for a company to put on ground for the community, for them to work together.
Mm-hmm. Right, and we continue to see global demand for rising for minerals like lithium, cobalt themselves. But how can Nigeria actually position itself competitively in this space?
Well, thank you. This is a question which I would like to digress a little. Mm. Yes, I know globally the world is looking at lithium, cobalt, the critical minerals, so to say. But I think for the case of our country, Nigeria, I always try to put a differential here as to what the critical minerals are, because truly, if you look at us as a country, what is critical to Nigeria, it's not what is critical to China, to US, to Russia, etc., because they are a developed country and we are a developing country. So for us down here, yes, we have those minerals which they are seeking for.
Mr. Manga, we can actually hear you. Please carry on.
Namely, the critical minerals. Well, I think that will be only for most of the critical minerals which our country are talking about are actually not too critical, so to say, because what is critical to Nigeria, if you ask me, as far as I'm concerned, are the industrial minerals, talking about limestone, talking about gypsum, talking about coal, etc. Those are the minerals that support our economy here down home, because we don't have the technical know-how to process all those rare earth elements, etc. So they're talking about cobalt, rare earth, etc. are also our critical minerals to the outside world. But of course, we have them here, which I believe can attract those investments we are talking about.
Right, and one area I think we need to really hammer on is technology and innovation, especially right now where we see that, we say Africa's time is now also, I also say technology's time is now. So when we're talking about technology, innovation, even in mining, we need to talk about technology and innovation. So really, from your perspective as an exploration geologist, how would you say technology, talking about geological data analytics to satellite mapping itself, how would you say that it's changing the game in mineral exploration today? And really, would you say that digital transparency tools could really help reduce illegal mining and revenue leakages?
Well, of course, technology have made life much more easier, even in the mining space, because of course, back in the days, there wasn't all the deck study, for instance, which formed the basis of exploration, because for every exploration needs to start from the desktop, which is termed as the desktop study, where all the existing data, maps, etc., will all be reviewed before setting out to the field. Of course, technology have played a very major and vital role in making it accessible and making it easier, for recovery in terms of those minerals. And but still, Nigeria as a developing country, I think we have not gotten to that level, if I may say, because what we need to do now, first and foremost, Nigeria, is we need to intensify harmonizing our data What I mean by that is, even though this is not just the case of Nigeria, but all over Africa, one peculiar thing with African countries is, up to now, Africa, we could not, harmonize our data, and that harmonization, would yield a bigger result, because you will agree with me that the world is talking about big data, for instance, and how are those big data are being achieved? Big data has simply been achieved when you integrate the basic information, the basic data you have, you streamline them. That is when you impute it into a bigger algorithm that is being developed for you to have the big data. But I often hear our representatives talking about big data in Nigeria. But believe me, we are nowhere close to the big data, because I think what we need to focus now is to see how we can harmonize our data, and that can also be achieved through synchronization or creating synergy between relevant government agencies, especially those that are, the data repository agencies, like for the mining sector is the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency. So if they could create a synergy by implementing some of those rules within the licensing regime, that could enhance generation of data. And like I said, before getting onto the big data, a lot of data need to be generated. And of course, it's sad to see that a country like Nigeria, so much data have been getting wasted by the day. What I mean wasted by the day, some of the instructions, or rather laws that we have in our country as regard to the holding a title, one of those is, sending what is termed as the quarterly report, where progression will be shown to the government how an operator is to his licensing. So, but that has not been given so much attention, and as such, a lot of information are getting wasted by the day.
And now that we've spoken about technology innovation itself, we also have to talk about these communities and their local content itself, because what we often see is token compensation in these communities. So how really can we see that these communities, the host communities, benefit in terms of, jobs, infrastructure, shared ownership? What more could be done for these communities?
Well, I think the government have done its best. What I mean by its best is I'm privileged to have studied the reviewed community development agreement booklet that was reviewed 2025. And honestly, I think the steps taken are quite open and frank and more pragmatic, if I may say. Because for the host community, of course, there should be the first line charge where mining companies should also look out for or look after. Because if there's any environmental pollution, hazard, etc., they are the forefront or the frontliners who would be affected by those. Of course, it is stated in those CDA agreement booklets that every community, every operator, they're talking about the mining company, they need to take care of that very host community, either by building, getting them what they really need, the critical things they need. If it's a road, hospitals, schools, health dispensaries, etc. And aside that, also seeing how to integrate them into the workforce of that very operator, which we've seen so many companies are already demonstrating that. Only that the challenge is, if you look at it, the bigger picture is Nigeria is still at the exploration stage. If you look at it from the point of generality, like what an average where the country is now. So we still have a lot to do in those sectors.
And one of the biggest challenges that you often see investors complain about, they talk about insecurity, they talk about the risk in and the uncertainty in Nigeria's economic climate itself. If you were to advise us this morning, what would you say is the best way that Nigeria can de-risk, the mining environment so that it makes it more viable for investors?
Okay, thank you. But I want to hammer on the risking here, because the risking is the basis of exploration work, and it's the basis that keeps a country afloat in terms of suitability, where foreign investors can come into the country. Like I said earlier, the country has done its best in generating the baseline data, where the federal government funding directly and that came through the World Bank, etc., have generated some reliable data over the years. Excuse me. But again, I think what's the country, or rather the general perspective about de-risking is we thought our banks, for instance, or government need to put in funds to de-risk the sector. Of course, if you ask me, funds for, for instance, the risk capital that has been meant to de-risk the sector cannot be found in Nigeria or other African soil, because the major player or all the big finances that is needed to finance the mining sector are outside there. And what is expected of us and Africa at large to do is to put our data together, make sure that we have the right data and open and transparent data, not cooked data, where those international majors can pick interest to bring in funds. And also, how do we achieve that? This money to further explorations are usually gotten through what is termed as the risk capital. And risk capital is not a synonymous term that you find within our Nigerian financial space here. It's very, very difficult to raise a risk funding from Africa, like I said, because looking at our global yearly budget for Africa, if you look at South Africa, 2025 has the highest budget line, I think about something around 170 billion. Nigeria with less than $50 billion. So if you look at those figures and the continent at large, is something very little compared to what is needed in the sector to carry out the exploration. And that having said that, and I look at us, the best way to achieve that is to open up our space in terms of expanding our technical knowledge to drive those data we have to a bankable stage where those major companies will be interested to look at our books before bringing an investment into our country.
Right. And speaking of this major companies you're talking about now, we'll talk about global position in itself as well. If you were to advise this morning, which particular alliances or trade agreement would you say Nigeria should be positioning right now or pursuing right now in order to get more global positioning in this space?
I think for global positioning beyond Nigeria, talking about Africa at large, we're given all those privileges and opportunities to play their role at the global stage. In terms of, because everybody of course knows that the mineral resources are in Africa, and as such opportunities have been given to African countries to play, to see if they could leverage on those. But unfortunately there seems to be a disconnect as to what brings in those kind of investment opportunity to down home here. But critically, I will tell you this, that the best way, the shortest way to guarantee any country in attracting investment is for them to do the right study and have the right data for its for foreign or international players to be interested in the country. And I give an example. One of the struggles that Africa is having today, for instance, among professionals, is talking about the reporting system. Our reporting system is something very critical in the whole mining industry. It's a situation where standards were set by major developed countries in the mining space, where how certain reporting of certain mineral can be done for it to be able to become more readable for the major mining company, for them to take interest. But we don't have here in Africa. And of course, well, Africa have been trying to put in some things through the African Union, the Pan-African Resource Code called the PAC. They want to come up with their own standard of reporting, which I think it's going to take a long way or a longer time for it to be accepted globally. But the interim, I think the moment Africa begin to look at aligning with the best practices out there, out there in the international space, the better we can attract better investment into the country.
Finally, Mr. Manga, because we have to let you go right now, what's your vision for Nigeria's mining industry over the next decade? If you're to look through a crystal ball right now, what would be your vision for Nigeria's mining industry?
Well, Nigeria as it is positioned at a very, very focal position where it can become one of the leading mining destination in Africa. What I mean by that, the history are there. Gone are the days we had the Nigerian, mining corporation days where a lot were tapped there, and a lot are still, lying there waiting for it to be explored and get tapped as well. Well, I wouldn't say looking at the generality of other African countries in terms of generating data and how best they are doing. I think overall, Nigeria is doing pretty okay. Only that the government needs to be more intentional and more focused in trying to implement those laws. Because I feel what is lacking at the moment is not just the data, but also implementing some of the laws that are beautifully, that have been beautifully written out there in the books. So if the government should enforce those laws, definitely things will get started. Things will start getting, better, and the sector will come out of the woods and see how it can better align itself globally.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Jamil Manga, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer at Kimberlite Africa Limited. Thank you very much for joining the Big Story.
All right. Thank you, too. Thank you for having me.
Well, this has been the Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the Social Listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening. This is where we break down some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name remains Elizabeth Musa, and of course, I'm joined by Oyeka Valentine this morning. Always present, always ready, always fit. And let's talk about fitness. Fitness coach and wellness advocate Oluchukwu Okeke says she's gearing up to break the Guinness World Record for the largest step aerobics marathon. She revealed that the attempt coming up in December 2025 will be highlight resilience and how exercise can be a powerful therapy. Okeke shared that she turned to aerobics during postpartum depression and now wants women to know they can rise again after tough seasons. She's been training since June 2024 with coaches and medical experts to make sure she's ready for the marathon. We'll see some of the comments and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. But really, I think this is the kind of Guinness World Record I'll definitely throw my weight behind, because anything that focuses on health, wellness, well-being, I'm all for it. And a good cause. I mean, it's not just, I see her as, she's not just trying to break a record, just revealing what's behind the attempt to break the record. Is how she's mentioning that she wanted to highlight resilience and how exercise can be a powerful therapy. I think it's really important, especially now where people are always looking for, the shortcuts to good health. You want good health, you're taking some shots or whatever. When you can actually do the right thing, it's always a longer route. It's hard, but it's worth it eventually. So I'm going to throw my weight behind someone like that. And I think many more people, this is where the fitness centers should actually come, partner, sponsor. It's a good cause. I know we say every time that, it's like Nigeria will soon tear this Guinness World Record. I agree with that, because this year alone, we had the jollof, the biggest cooking import of jollof. We've had the longest makeup world record. We've had a number of them even since last year, since we decided to revisit this book. It's like it's been on a roll, but this one is certainly a good one, and it's a good way to end the year. So if you see someone do something like this, it will also be I think for me, it's also the people that get to be in partnership with them. So when you see fitness centers, wellness centers, fitness coaches, and all of these people present in this place, it just creates more awareness for fitness, health and wellness. So I think it's good.
I mean, let's say no more. Look, I cannot agree with you any further than I have already. 100%. There's no room for question. I mean, when it comes to exercise, fitness, I do that outside.
And I know you're very big on it as well.
So when it comes to motivate and inspire people to start your day with exercise, because exercise is the major key to greatness in life, I always talk about. So this alone, when I saw the headline, I was like, okay, get me started.
Are you going to be there in any way, supporting or doing something?
One way or the other, one of the organizers will reach out to me. There's a reason why, because it's within the scope of part of what I do.
What you do, right.
And truth be told, when she succeeds, I didn't say if she, when she succeeds,
she will definitely succeed.
She will succeed. Mm-hmm. It would have opened a new era of resilience. It would have opened a new door to make Nigerians see that come what may, whether the economy is slapping you basketballs or maybe you're going through some problem or the other, especially, the issue of the depression or whatever it is that people are dealing with, that there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. And to keep it short, I will say this. When she wins, the celebration will not just be that she surpassed the last record, but the fact that she could have gained something back in return. You see, you can never get it wrong with exercise. Speak to your doctor, they'll tell you. It is a win-win situation. One, your future self will thank you. Secondly, if you're going through any level of depression, it is there to open the doors and windows so that fresh air will come in and you forget about what has happened, because you can change it, cannot change it. Rather, you focus on what it is that you can change, which is the future. And the fact that she chose exercise, she has gotten it 100% correct. Now, whether or not she breaks that record, the people who, and this is just the effect of what this is going to have on other people, the people who will watch her, people who are already going through problems also, will not begin to think, wait a minute, this is just another way, to actually invest in your future self. So people will come in. For me, it's a great investment when it comes to one, those who want to start up, fitness centers. When they now see the established ones that are trying to support her, I don't want to call brand names, but when they see the present ones who are making great strides, throwing their weight on it, definitely they will also want to say, let us start this thing, because in the future we'll have more people who will attempt to break the Guinness World Record in those areas. However, this I would say is an opportunity now for the government to now say, let's begin to add more money, into recreational activities, into recreational parks where people can go and be having their what they call free workout sessions. Let's begin to see, look, every year can we empower different people, or rather those who are willing to use exercise to change different areas of their life? Can we empower them by putting them on scholarship, or sorry, on sponsorship, to say, look, for the next 2-3 years, because you're a part of this thing, we will have you be part of a gym registration for the next 3 years. We government will pay. Can we have free gyms within some different locales? These are areas that the government can look into, because I'll tell you, if you have a healthy society, you have a thriving society. And of course, you have a thriving society, you have what? A fantastic economy. A dead man cannot move the economy. That's the fact. And whether or not we like it, what we consume every day moving forward, whether it is food, the air, there are a lot of things that are counting down on us already. Remember on this same set, we spoke about that. We said, as you, Debbie and I, we spoke about the life expectancy of Nigerians. It is dropping 54, which is crazy. It is crazy. It's not something that anyone should look to have a blind eye on. It's a serious matter. So, if we have more people saying we want to break the Guinness World Record when it comes to exercise, fitness, and marathon,
let's not have them too much. One person is enough. Then that person can create awareness now. No, create awareness. Be an overkill.
No, of course, create awareness, but let the awareness now create room for more people to exercise and get their health on top form, rather in top form. So that way, this can happen. On form. Whichever it is.
Right. Let's see some of the reactions on social media and see if we're seeing people who are throwing their weight behind her, or the people who will say, you know what, it's like we want to tear this record. I think at some point Nigeria will be like, you saw when that Mandiki said she wanted to do that one is even an unserious person. She said she wanted to do the world record for the how many
woman that could sleep with most men.
The most men.
I mean, that was just
jobless,
an angle of she needed some medical. Anyways, this is why.
Well, that's a comment from Olatu UG. Says coconut head Niger folks won't rest until the Guinness World Record book is torn into pieces. I said it. It's like this morning, tomorrow I want to do mine anyway. Emmanuel Abe says Nigerians are great and gifted people in the world, and we never relent in making history. I agree. I think we'll probably have. I think we need to even do the Guinness World Record for the people who have the most world record. And I think it will be Nigeria.
I think right now, they should just have their satellite office in Nigeria.
Or we should have Nigerian Guinness. Maybe it should not just be Guinness World Record. It should not be Nigeria Guinness World Record. Because really, Victor Famuyiwa says, gone were those days when we celebrate winning a Nobel laurel. No legacy comes with breaking a Guinness record for real. Well, there's a point in that anyway. Homebase says Nigerians can never break world record with technology and science. Only rubbish. No, but this isn't rubbish.
So I totally disagree with this particular person. Whoever the person is, actually, it's come from an angle, quote and unquote, rubbish thinking. Because why would you say it is rubbish? Something that's going to, make people want to get out there and get their health in place, and you say it is rubbish. Let's move on to somebody else that is not imbalanced.
Anyway, in that case, let's move away from that story. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi says some Nigerian internet fraudsters, commonly called Yahoo boys, are actually geniuses who just need proper guidance. Speaking in Onitsha, he noted that their creativity and boldness could contribute to national development if channeled the right way. He said real wealth should uplift society by supporting education, reducing poverty, and giving people a dignified life. But you know the thing with this comment that aspirational President Peter Obi said is, it's a good thing to say, I'm trying to find the word. It says, Yahoo boys need redirection, not condemnation. But this is not, let no one come and take him out of context.
They will take him out of
and
context.
say, oh, he has okayed it. It's not okaying it. He's saying that, oh, these guys are geniuses. Because if you think about the process of actually committing a Yahoo crime, it takes a lot of mental, you know,
must be intelligent.
A very intelligent person, because the mental approach, you know, the brain, the work your brain has to do. I wanted to say the brain your work has to do. The work your brain has to do is a lot. So certainly it has to be something done by someone who is smart intellectually. So that's why he is saying that if we could find a way to redirect them so they can now use it in a positive manner, that is not a crime, it's not a criminal act, certainly will have more, you know, it will be of more benefit to the society. But I know that some people now, some Yahoo boys, wherever they are, they'll be like, Peter Obi has okayed us. It's not okaying anything, neither is it throwing his weight behind you.
Sure,
it's just,
I'm sure this smart person will know that he's not okaying anything.
No, you'll be shocked to see how people take things out of context. But let's see some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation online. Are they for... you know, Dion Friday says some of these guys have mad tech and social engineering skills. If the system could just redirect that energy into cybersecurity, fintech, or AI, we would probably be running Africa's innovation scene by now. 100% with that one. Olumuyiwa 102 says Nigerian youth are in dire need of redirection. Yes, but Yahoo boys are greedy thieves that should be hunted, arrested, and prosecuted. They are not the only ones facing hardship. Other youths who choose legit ways of making money are not dumb. Well, that's a point. You want to?
Yes.
Or you will not? K King 77 says, at Peter Obi, do not let the hunger for votes make you glorify crime. You see what I'm saying? Some people will take him out of context. Yahoo boys are not hustlers. They are greedy thieves. Many live in strong economies with every chance to use their skills legally, but they choose to level up as international scammers.
So
Ayodeji, just one last one, says calling Yahoo boys geniuses is a dangerous message. There's nothing genius about stealing from innocent people online. Nigeria doesn't need to redirect crime. We need to reject it completely.
So, you know, like we rightly said here before we looked at those who are supposed to say on social media, some will take him out of context. Others who are quick to react and not respond, because when you react, you don't think about your answer, you just jump into it. But when you respond, you've thought about your answer very well. So in looking at it from an angle of maturity, I think what Peter Obi has said, right, for those out there at home, should understand, should be seen as, look, so it's like you saying because the bathwater is dirty, you want to throw the bathwater and a baby away. Why have I said this? Yes, they are Yahoo boys. Yes, they are internet scammers, they are fraudsters. Before they became, you know, fraudsters and internet scammers, truth be told, they already started studying computer. Of course, must know how to use computers. You must know how to, you know, actually do some certain things on the internet. Before then, I felt, okay, no, well, let us try this out. Now, I cannot speak for all of them, but unfortunately, those who are out there who are taking them out of context, you will not also blame them too, because I will tell you why. You see, we live in a society where the idea of jungle justice has been entrenched in the minds of our youths and Nigerians, because we realize that when things go wrong or when there's a crime committed, the justice system fails us, right? So Nigerians want tit for tat. You do this, they get you, they finish it, they don't want to hear any story. Now, that's not how a society should work. Because you see a young man carrying a laptop in his bag, going to work, or maybe you bust into his house.
What if you don't have laptop? Yahoo boy, no laptop.
Okay, fine. That's another issue now. Because then again, you don't have no idea if they're into some ritual or whatever. You call all of them, Yahoo boys. It could be anything. But however, fraudsters and scammers are not I wouldn't say they are peculiar to Nigeria. The funny thing is that we've heard stories where some Chinese people came to Nigeria to recruit fraudsters. And most of them actually are identity thieves.
They came to recruit fraudsters.
Well, give and take. Young people to become fraudsters, that's the word. Having said so is that, look, these people or whoever it is that the internet, scammer, can actually come from anywhere around the world. All they have to do is steal an identity in Nigeria, right? Knowing that, for what it's worth, they can easily carry out those heinous crimes and escape, because our cybersecurity is not maybe as strong as other countries. However, those times are changing. Things are changing. We are now beginning to see EFCC doing their work and doing it very well. But let's stick with what Peter Obi has said. And so, what does this mean moving forward? It means that he needs to have a very strong media team to interpret exactly what he said towards the angle of positivity, so that nobody begins to hammer on this thing. I tell you, some politicians out there who are waiting for 2027 will say, they'll snapshot this and keep it somewhere, hoping that they could use it against him 2027. But I know he's a smarter man like that than that, right? His media campaign team, they are smart people. However, should we have these internet fraudsters, sit them down, right? Run them through some level of, that's the ones that have been caught anyway, and maybe persecuted. They go and save time, then come out, then find a way to change their mindset and then inject them into proper technological, advancement in Nigeria. The question will be, is the system ripe enough, okay, to be able to cater for them after they have served their time? If found guilty and sent to jail and they come out, can we now say this person has something positive that we can tap from to make the country better? That's a given. It's a given. That's why it's called correctional center. You commit a crime, you go to jail, right? You're sent to jail by the court of law, right? And then you serve your time. Then when you come out, it is assumed that you have now been corrected. Those are bad ideas or bad attitude or whatever it is that you've done. You've served the government. You've given government time out of your life for committing those crimes. Now, can the government now say, this person has now been reformed? Can we use the internet that he has or he had before? Can we now generate, income out of it positively to better the lives of Nigerians? Right. That is what we want to see moving forward. So those of us at home who have heard what Peter Obi has said, the question is, right, is this possible long term? Because you can't say line them up and assassinate them. No, the law doesn't work like that. You have capital punishment, you have different. So that's what I think.
Right. Finally, the National Assembly is reviewing requests for 55 new state and 278 new local government areas across Nigeria. Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin says lawmakers want to complete the first part of the constitutional amendment process before the end of the year. He urged the Senate and the House committees to work together and make recommendations that truly reflect the needs of Nigerians. Now, you would ask me, some people will say, is this the next thing we need now? 55 new states and 278 new local government. I was trying to do the mathematics just now. To 55 new states plus how many? 365 that we currently have. Let me just do the quick math.
While you're doing the
how much is that?
I will just jump in and say it as it is. This is a total waste of time and plan to waste resources.
420.
Look at that. Do you know what it's costing Nigeria as a country to fend for 700 and something local government already to start with? Yes, Nigeria is a big country, right? Where our landmass is large. Population, we are also big, hence the name, Giant of Africa, as the case may be, in other areas too. However, they say, before you begin to give birth to other children, have you taken care of the ones that you have already? Or is it that they are pushing this agenda of more states to be created so that some persons can now feel some sense of, control, right? Where's the sense in it? The ones we have already, we are seeing some major shortcomings. Some states are fending for other states. Hence the idea of FAAC. Now, believe it or not, the reason why FAC is actually there to make things in place is that they're taking, look, some states are generating more money than other states. And those ones that are generating almost nothing are getting a federal allocation. So imagine you creating more states out of those ones, right? Cost of governance is already very high. You need the suicide to talk about it. It is very clear. And so, in doing this, you're creating more havoc. Look, as much as I don't want to sound like someone who will point finger and say, look, is this supposed to be reasonable talk? I will say this for a fact. I think the idea of creating more states is not truly a given. What we should think about it, the states that we have, right? Okay, are we doing the right things to make sure those states are taking care of the people in those states and those who are actually from those areas? Are we having each state bringing forth to the table equity? And they say, he who comes to the table must come with clean hands. You want equity, make sure your hands are clean.
Absolutely.
And
well,
in this case,
let's see some of the reactions on social media before we see this case and see what the case of Nigerians, what are they saying? Marvelous Israel says 55 new states. At this rate, every street will soon have its own governor and anthem. Maybe, but this could be a good one for you. Something we're not seeing. Maybe a state for Valentine.
For George Street.
Something. Yeah. No, then you can have your name. I think it's a nice name for a street. If I say, Uber driver says, what street is Valentine or Acre Street? It has a nice ring to it. Think about.
Just so people know, if you make me your governor, look, I'll be a marshal.
We don't mind.
Marshal that doesn't look.
We're okay with that.
No nonsense governor.
We're okay with that.
You know, I must tell them corruption.
You have swagger. We're okay with that. Ebere Anosike says these people are simply out of touch with These people are simply out of touch with reality.
Simple reality.
Okay. Says creating more states means more state excos and their long convoys.
There we go.
House of Assembly, judiciary, and ultimately a higher cost of governance. That's from Ebere Anosike. Adetunji Adewale says big move on the table. Creating 55 new states and 278 local government areas could reshape Nigeria's political landscape. What's more reshaping? Is this person joking? What more reshaping could we be talking about? Web3 Boy of Lagos says 55 new states when existing ones can't even pay salaries of fixed roads. Nigeria doesn't need more states. It needs more sense in governance. I think that caps it all up. And that's where we'll wrap it up today.
All right, let's wrap it up.
Let's wrap it up right there. That's what we can bring to you this morning on Social Listening. Thank you so much for staying with us from the start of the show up until the end of the show. We saw the headlines, we saw what we had on front pages. We also went to Business Week this morning, and then the big story finally here with Social Listening. Some of the very interesting stories from Peter Obi saying that Yahoo boys need to be redirected to the first one we also took a look at, and now we're also seeing that 55 new states are possibly coming.
They are pushing for it.
Pushing for it. Let's see if that happens. Fingers crossed. But that's where we wrap it up this morning, right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Until tomorrow, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olanibun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT, and now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government, entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them.
Okay,
I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI first of all has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive insight into market and its corresponding activity. So to kick off the show this morning, we are starting off with a conversation around MTN and its share price. On the 22nd of October, we saw MTN Nigeria PLC, MTN Nigeria Communications PLC hit the historic share price mark of 500 naira per share. 2 days later, October 24, it is currently at an all-time high of 515 naira per share. When you look at where MTN started from in May 2019 till date, MTN has now appreciated by a whopping 472%. The growth rate of MTN compared to the growth rate of the entire market all share index is quite similar, as we see the index growing at 476%, in line with also similar to MTN's 472%. Let's look at it this way. Since 2019, MTN listed 19 naira per share. If you look at the end of that year, the market, it appreciated to 105 naira per share. That was at the end of 2019. By the end of 2020, MTN was trading at 169 naira per share, because then in 2021 we saw MTN do a public offer where it raised around 111.75 billion naira. That public offer share price 169 naira. That year MTN entered the 200 naira region. However, let's come down to 2024. There was significant blowout for MTN. That stock lost around 24% of its 24% of its value, down to 200 naira per share. We even saw at some point in 2024, we saw the stock go down to as low as 169 naira 70 kobo. So we can see MTN has been laced with highs and lows. 6 years in the market, it's been a journey of highs and lows, and that's what we've come to discuss today on the show. And on the show this morning, I have Abigail Adeshina, who is a research and insight analyst at Norimbaja Financial Group. Good morning, Abigail.
Good morning.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us on Business Day TV.
Pleasure.
Yeah, so MTN's share price recently hit its highest level this year. What key factors will you say have driven this rally?
Yes, so far, year-to-date gains of MTN has been is over 150%, which is more than double, even triple, really, of what the entire index, of what the entire Nigerian index has done so far this year. You know, the lowest MTN had gone 52-week low, if you check that, is slightly below 200, about 196 naira. And now, last week, we saw MTN go above the 500 naira benchmark, closing Friday as at 515 naira. And lastly, this should be said to would tie this right to the investor to a part of it to investor sentiment, because MTN has announced that they'll be releasing their Q3 2025 results on Thursday, 30th October. And you'd know that if you check MTN's H1 2025 result, it was an outstanding performance compared to what we had in H1 2024. Moving from negative performance to a profit after tax of over 400 billion. That is remarkable. And I'm sure that investors are now beginning to bet on MTN's performance, particularly for the result that's coming out on Thursday, 30th October, where their Q3 results. Likely what we've been seeing is pretty much investor sentiment and people placing in their bets towards a good performance.
So how does MTN's current market valuation compare to its peers? We have Airtel, we have Legend Internet, we have eTransact, basically all the stocks that are listed in the ICT sector. How does MTN compare to them? Do you know that?
Yes, so pretty much MTN is the only stocks in the telecom sector that is under the premium board. If you check the NGX listing, you see that MTN is the only one under the premium board. However, other ones, Airtel, Chams, eTransact, Legend, they've also done quite well, except Legend though. Legend has a negative year-to-date performance of about negative 2% thereabout. Although Legend went as high as 10 naira this year, but currently trading at 6 naira, right, around 6 naira levels. But usually when we see increase or a rally in a particular stock in the market in NGX, would usually see a FOMO effect on similar ones. So usually we should expect to see a FOMO effect on other ones. However, if you take them, let's take each of them for instance. If you start with Airtel is currently trading above 2,000. I don't think that can stand side by side with MTN trading in 500 levels. So people would not really want to say because MTN has gone too high, let me buy Airtel, because Airtel is on the high side right now. Airtel is above 2,000. It doesn't move much, but the share price is high. Now coming down to the likes of Chams, eTransact, and Legend. Chams has also done well this year. I mean, Chams has done close to 100%, about 99% about year-to-date gains. So, but eTransact as well. Transact over 100% actually. You cannot really, we can't place MTN side by side with all of them. Like I said earlier, MTN is the only one in the premium board, and MTN has proven to be masters in the game, particularly with their financials as well.
So you mentioned some particular stocks. I would say for eTransact, will attribute some of their rallying to the news around them being the provider of the electronic receipt that FIRS is introducing from next year. The question I want to ask now is do you think that MTN's stock performance, 158% just this year, since MTN started listing, I don't think there's ever been any year where MTN rallied up to 158%. Are there fundamentals to back this growth, or is it just a sentiment-driven rally? What are your thoughts?
Well, I'll say it's a mixture of both investor sentiment and both their fundamentals. If you check their latest result, which is their H1 2025 performance, you'd see that, like I said earlier, that they moved from a negative, MTN in H1 2024 recorded a negative performance of over 500 billion loss.
right? And now, for H1 2025, now at about 400 billion profit after tax. That's quite remarkable, right? And also seeing their full year 2024 equity, the negative equity, right, in full year 2024, right? And then coming to a reduced, still negative equity, really, for H1 2025, but at a reduced figure, a reduced amount, right? That is quite encouraging. And that also shows that MTN might likely, there's also likelihood for dividend for some dividend payment, which is why a lot of investors are keying in now or taking position right now in order to benefit from the performance or the results that we have in Q3 2024, which is expected to be out on Thursday.
Now, I want to move to a question around their operating margins. Basically, we're seeing, okay, I would say inflation is quite tempering down. Energy prices probably tempering down. But when you look at their books, these pressures are still mounting on their margins. Do you have any idea how the company is able to manage the pressures of rising energy costs as well as inflation, still doing inflation things?
So as of September, we have, of course, Nigeria inflation reduced and went below the 20% benchmark, 20% threshold, right? September, we recorded 18.02% in inflation. And also, if you check Q3 performance of inflation, of Nigerians FX rather, for the energy prices, I mean, you'd see that there was quite some rallying, some increase. We saw or we noticed some increase in September, right? Particularly as a result of the 3 days industrial strike, right, that went on. There was a bit of price scarcity and also gas scarcity, and there was also price hiking in that levels. So we expect that these things would impact their books, right? Even the reduction that we're beginning to notice in inflation might not reflect positively in their books yet. However, MTN they had some cost pushing or cost optimization technique that we saw in their books in H1 2025, and we expect that they would continue in that line or in that trend, helping them to pushing the net effect of increasing energy price or the inflationary pressures. We expect that inflationary pressures, energy price, and their cost optimization technique, the net effect of that should be a good one.
Much. Now Abigail, I have a question around institutional investors and MTN. Are you noticing any growing trends of interest from institutional investors in telecom equities? So for most of this year, we've seen retail investors. We've basically seen retail investors do a lot. They've pushed themselves hard this year. Institutional investors have also done quite the same. But are you noticing any trend of growing interest from those institutional investors in telecom equities like MTN?
The telco sector is actually one of the sectors to look into. They're one of the viable sectors to look into at such a time as this. So institutional investors will really are the ones that you expect that they take position or invest in stable companies that has very strong fundamentals, which MTN and some telco companies seem to fall into this category. So yes, we expect that institutional investors have growing sentiment or growing investment towards the telco or the telecommunication sector with this strong performance and good news that we're beginning to hear about them, like the likes of MTN, e-transaction, and the likes.
So a question I have is 515 naira per share. Do you think there are any more upsides for investors that want to look at MTN, or do you think MTN has probably hit its fair value at this point?
Well, I'll say that this is not the peak for MTN.
Okay.
I don't think this is the peak for MTN. Currently, the current share price of MTN is higher. It's very, very close to what we had estimated that they would achieve at the beginning of the year. So for them to already be 98% close to our target for the year means that I'm sure the target is going to increase, or the target price is going to increase by the time the Q3 result comes out. And there will still be, we are open to seeing more upside, really, more upside for MTN. Maybe not so much, but for a very significant level. And like I said earlier, another key factor, contributing factor to the increase in their share price will be their dividend payments. We're expecting the MTN would, pay dividend this year. This year might not be this year rather, and particularly on the back of their and we expect that negative equity that they had in H1, which is reduced by the way, from what they recorded in H1 20, from what they recorded at the end of 2024, right? We're expecting that by this, when their result comes out, the previously negative equity would have reduced, which will give them, some very good grounds to, pay dividend, right? And they've also had some very good numbers. I mean, their mobile subscriber base has been growing. Average revenue per user or per subscriber has also been growing, and also they've also have very, very, very good bottom line. Particularly their EBITDA has also been growing. On the back of stable FX, which was one of the things that affected them last year, which is now, we're beginning to see FX trade lower than 1,500 since sometime in September, right? That should also help them perform very, very well. So yeah, we still see MTN doing well, much more than they are currently doing in right now.
Investors to buy. I'm putting you on the spot now. So would you advise investors to buy, hold, or probably just take profit at this point?
It depends, really. It depends. They're not. That's not a one type of answer, because right now, if you're an investor, like a colleague of mine that has held MTN as at when it was 196 naira, you might want to take profit now, right? So as not to be the greedy one. And if for people that just bought MTN 2 weeks ago when it was about 400 and something naira, you might want to hold on a bit to see the performance of the result. And so it depends on what kind of investor you are. Most importantly, if you're a long-term investor, of course, MTN is a good, very stable stock, a stock that has good fundamentals that you want to hold on to. So for long-term investor, when I mean long-term, I mean 3 to 5 years. Of course, MTN is one that you want to hold for that long.
Thank you so much, Abigail, for your time on this show. I'm pleased to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. After the break, we return with news updates making the rounds. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that, because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome back to Economy and Market. So we continue with news updates making the rounds. First of all, Dangote Group is taking a major step to expanding its oil refinery complex. The Dangote Group announced plans to expand the refinery capacity from 650,000 barrels per day to 1.4 million barrels per day by 2028. This is a development that will make it the single largest single-site refinery in the world and will boost Nigeria's drive for energy self-sufficiency. The chairman, Aliko Dangote, said the project reflects confidence in Nigeria's economy and supports the president's industrialization agenda. According to Dangote, this expansion will be completed within 3 years, leveraging the existing infrastructure such as the ports, land, and pipelines to fast-track delivery. The first phase of the refinery, which cost $20 billion, began operations earlier in 2024, and this project, the expansion, is expected to create 65,000 jobs and double polypropylene output to 2.4 million tons and upgrade fuel quality to Euro 6 standards. Power generation is also expected to increase from 500 to 1,000 megawatts. He also revealed plans to list the refinery on the Nigerian exchange by 2026, allowing Nigerians to invest directly in what can be described as Nigeria's most ambitious industrial project. Let's move on to financials. Living Trust Mortgage Bank recorded a 255.6 million naira pre-tax profit in the third quarter of 2025. This marks a 7% increase from what we had in the third quarter of 2024. Living Trust Mortgage Bank reported a pre-tax profit of 255.6 million naira for the third quarter ending September 30, 2025. This represents a 7% increase from the 238.8 million recorded in the same period of 2024. The bank's gross earnings surged by 110.9% to 2.1 billion from 998.7 million naira. This is driven by strong interest and non-interest income. Interest income rose by almost 97% to 1.5 billion, supported mainly by loans and advances, with non-interest income also growing sharply, with fees and commission income growing by 145% to 64.7 million naira. Treasury bill income doubled to 108.3 million, contributing to a total net operating income of 809.6 million naira. Despite an increase in operating expenses to 554 million, the bank achieved a net profit of 221.9 million naira, slightly higher than what was achieved last year. On the balance sheet, total assets climbed by 22.8% to 29.5 billion naira, with customers' deposits at 19.9 billion naira. As of October 2024, Living Trust Mortgage Bank is trading at a share price of 4 naira 1 kobo. We move on to Afrexim Bank, that is targeting a $250 billion balance sheet growth in 10 years. The Africa Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, set a bold target to expand its balance sheet to $250 billion within the next 10 years. This is according to the new president, George Elombi, who made the announcement in Cairo, Egypt. Elombi said the goal reflects confidence in Africa's economic potential, adding that the Egyptian president Abdel Fattah el-Sisi challenged the bank to aim even higher at $350 billion. He outlined 3 key priorities: value addition and mineral processing, intra-African trade, and trade-enabling infrastructure. Elombi said Afrexim Bank will no longer finance raw material exports, focusing instead on domestic processing to boost jobs and foreign exchange. He then pledged support for the African Continental Free Trade Area and investment in digital innovation, logistics, and energy to strengthen regional trade integration. Elombi noted that Afrexim Bank's assets and guarantees have grown 8-fold to $43.5 billion, with net income reaching $1 billion in 2024, reaffirming the bank's transformative mission for Africa's development. Then we'll move on to the news about oil prices surging after US and China reached a trade deal framework. Early on Monday, oil prices fell by more than 1% after US and Chinese officials outlined a trade deal framework, easing fears that escalating tariffs and export curbs between the world's 2 largest oil consumers could slow global growth. The U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said both sides have reached a substantial framework that will prevent 100% U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods and delay China's planned rare earth export controls as ahead of trade talks this week. Brent crude slipped by 75 cents or around 1.1% to $65 per barrel, while the U.S. West Texas Intermediate fell by 71% or $1.2 to $60.79 per barrel. Analysts say the progress have helped to ease concerns over U.S. sanctions on Russian firms Rosneft and Lukoil, which had recently driven volatility in the oil market. Meanwhile, Iraq is negotiating its OPEC quota amid efforts to balance supply. Despite last week's gain of nearly 9% for Brent and 7.7% for WTI, analysts are still warning that there are risks of an oversupply that may re-emerge. When we're back from the break, we'll move on to market updates from last week. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy.
This is Business Money.
Welcome back, and we're moving on to market update from last week. On Friday last week, we saw another surge in the markets, 75 basis point increase, 0.75 percentage basis point, as the NGX All Share Index crossed into the 155,000 mark. It's a new record high. Last week on Friday, the market gained 1,155 points. To hit that new record high, that drove our market capitalization to edging closer to the 100 trillion naira mark, 98.8 trillion naira market cap. We also saw some very high trading volumes, over 1.2 billion shares traded in deals worth around 16.775 billion naira. Mark, let's look at the top gainers for that week, for that day rather. We saw ASO Savings and Loans also continue with surge. ASO Savings and Loan up by 10% to hit a new share price of 66 kobo. Ikeja Hotels up by 7.89%. The company now trades at the share price of 20 naira 50 kobo. Then Regency Alliance Insurance up by 7.44% to close at a share price of 1 naira 30 kobo. Caverton Offshore up by 7.08% to close at the share price of 6 naira 50 kobo. Since the group's announced partnership with NNPC, it's been a very bullish ride for Caverton in 2025. Then Aradel hitting a record high, a 52-week high, also a record high. Aradel now trades at the share price of 719 naira per share, up by 6.76%. We will not forget that Aradel listed on the exchange at a share price of 670 naira per share. Let's go to, on the flip side, let's look at some of our top losers for that day. Union de Consult down 9.09% to close at the share price of 8 naira. Nimet International Pharmaceuticals down 6.67% to close at the share price of 5 naira 60 kobo. Cornerstone Insurance down 5.61% to close at the share price of 6 naira 23 kobo. Then Howden McCall, the real estate company, down by 4.84% to close at the share price of 4 naira 13 kobo. Then International Energy Insurance down by 4.48% to close at the share price of 2 naira 77 kobo. Now let's look at the top. We are looking at our most actively traded stocks for the day. Fidelity Bank also recorded significant gains that day. Fidelity Bank recorded 820.9 million stocks traded in deals worth around 16.138 billion naira. Sovereign Trust Insurance 45.483 million shares in deals worth 176.9 million naira. Tantalizers 32.674 million shares in deals worth 72 million naira. Access Holdings 23.752 million shares in deals worth 593 million naira, and GT Co also 19.18 million shares in deals worth almost 2 billion, 1.776 billion naira. Let's look at the market during the week. The market during the week gained 4.48%. A new all-time high as we know it, 6,667 points gained, and the top gainers that week was number one, ASU Savings. ASU Savings went up by 32%. Aradel also up by 25.2%. Unicell Interlinked up by 19.73%. PZ Cousins Holdings up by 14.19%. PZ Cousins Nigeria up by 14.19% to trade at the share price of 44 naira 65 kobo. NASCON up by 12.77% to hit 113 naira 90 kobo. The top losers that week: number one, Living Trust Mortgage Bank down by 10.89%. Julie PLC also recorded a significant decline, 9.94%. RT Briscoe 9.84% decline to trade at the share price of 3 naira 30 kobo. John Holt down 9.72% the entire week, and Multiverse Mining Company down by 9.71%. On a sectoral basis, we saw banking index down the market. Banking index, the banks were the major losers of the week, down by 1.35% to hit 1,497.95 points. Insurance stocks were also down. Basically, the financial side of the market recorded significant decline. However, consumer goods up by 3.94%, oil and gas by a whooping 9.13%, driven by Aradel's significant rally, and industrial goods up by 10.61%. Also driven by major gains recorded with Dangote Cement. And on the global side of things, let's look at the US market. From Friday, we see Dow Jones Index 1.01% growth, S&P 500 0.79%, and Nasdaq Composite 1.15%. And from Asia, we see Nikkei 225 1.35% appreciation, a new record high from Japan. Kospi Index 2.50%, and Hang Seng Index 0.74%. The rally in Asia is majorly due to the Asian Summit that just took place over the week, with a lot of trade deals happening during that period. We saw the US make trade deals with a lot of Southeast Asian allies, and in Japan, we also see that Donald Trump is going to be heading to Japan later this week. European index, let's look at from Europe. We see that FTSE up by 70 basis points. However, the CAC 40 closed quite flat, and the DAX index also recorded a very marginal decline on Friday. On the currency side of things, we've seen the Naira stabilize at the 1,460 Naira to the dollar per mark, against the euro 1,696 naira. So basically, we've seen against the euros rally around the 1,700 naira mark. And against the British pounds, is down from 1,950. It's now at 1,944 naira to the British pounds. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. Thank you for staying with us. Have a lovely morning.
The dinner for today for us to really discuss as stakeholders. And who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition, and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition, and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it's to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no new transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generated on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's been transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end cost, high-cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you're constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director, Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity enlightening them on how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not joke, but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Road is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner, we call Mrs. Wastecare, to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called robust and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with there is a resource for another usage, can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste, so I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, we use our scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is in a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that not properly disposed of it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that. Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you listen to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. Kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? Yeah. But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Acien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
Nigeria National Day, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog.
He said the NIN SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMSI into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMSI, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it, let renewed hope not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, you know, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, you know, on this day. The famous person said, you know, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, you know, tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and you know they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you gave it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was: a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and stronger governance. Norma Obuna for Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosbue. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Naira records mixed performance in FX markets. CBN pumps $1.25 billion into fuel imports others. FIRS grows tax collection to 47.39 trillion naira. Bitcoin rises to $115,000 as Ethereum jumps 6.77%. Mbappe, Bellingham power Real Madrid past FC Barcelona. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira recorded a mixed performance in the past week, appreciating 1.12% at the official market and weakened 0.49% at the parallel market. At the official market, the Naira closed the week's trading at 1,457.95 Naira per dollar from 1,475.35 Naira per dollar in the previous week, supported by limited interventions from the Central Bank of Nigeria and inflows from foreign portfolio investors. According to reports, the Naira also weakened marginally by 0.49% to 1,491.25 per dollar at the parallel market, which analysts believe was a reflection of persistent FX demand pressures and cautious investor sentiment. The report showed that Nigeria's external reserves also continued its steady rise as it stood at $42.87 billion on Wednesday, marking about $170 million appreciation from the previous Friday's figure. This improvement was reportedly supported by steady oil receipts, stronger non-oil inflows, and a sustained trade surplus, which continue to underpin the CBN's FX stability efforts. Moving on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has released a total sum of $1.259 billion to oil sector players for the importation of petroleum products and other related items into the country. This amount released between the first 3 months of 2025 is against the backdrop of the insistence of marketers to continue fuel imports despite the availability of petrol from Dangote refinery. According to fresh data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, petroleum marketers imported 69% of the 21 billion litres of petrol Nigerians consumed between August 2024 and the first days of October 2025. Between January and March 2025, a total of 2.28 billion litres of petrol were reportedly imported, despite improved refined product output from the Dangote refinery. The volume also represents one of the lowest quarterly import figures in recent years, reflecting the gradual shift towards local refining and blending of petroleum products. Still on, the Federal Inland Revenue Service has achieved a record-breaking tax collection of 47.39 trillion naira between October 2023 and September, under the current leadership of the FIRS chairman, Zak Adedeji. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of the tax chair on September 14, 2023, with the agency exceeding its revenue target by 15%. The performance data shows that the service recorded sustained growth in both oil and non-oil revenue sources, reflecting the impact of ongoing tax reforms and modernization initiatives. According to reports, the 47.39 trillion naira collection represents a sharp jump from 21.97 trillion naira recorded between October 2021 and September 2023, underscoring a 115% performance against targets. The report also revealed that non-import VAT exceeded its target by 137%, while import VAT hit 131% within the period, signaling stronger compliance among registered businesses via enhanced digital monitoring and stricter enforcement of tax remittances across key sectors. Also, Delta Airlines has deployed its next generation Airbus A350 and 900 and A330 and 900 neo aircraft on the Lagos-Atlanta route. The airline revealed this through a statement made available to newsmen on Sunday, noting that by late November, the routes will be operated with a mix of the A350 and 900 and A330 and 900 neo aircraft. According to reports, Delta plans to operate all Lagos-Atlanta flights exclusively with the A350-900, its flagship long-haul aircraft, starting in early December. The airline says the upgraded operations will continue throughout the winter season to meet the high travel and cargo demand characteristics of the holidays. Manager Sales West Africa Delta Airlines Mary Gbogbaniyi, however, revealed that both the A350-900 and A330-900 neo represent Delta's latest generation of wide-body jets, featuring the airline's signature full-cabin configuration, with each enhanced privacy, space, and personalized service for a more enjoyable flight experience. To end the local news, Minister of Solid Minerals Development Dele Alake has revealed that Chinese investment in lithium processing in the country has hit $1.3 billion. In a statement signed by his special assistant on media, Shegun Tomori, the minister revealed this at the China Mining Conference in Tijani. Alake would investors to increase their investment stakes in Nigeria's solid mineral sector, following positive reforms that promise higher returns. The minister reportedly impressed his hosts with security reforms, including the mining marshals and the satellite mine monitoring project, which were introduced to protect licensed miners and curtail illegal mining. Alake, while reviewing the Chinese mining business, also acknowledged that investments in lithium processing alone grossed $1.3 billion since September 2023, adding that MOU signed by President Bola Tinubu during the state visit in September 2024 had led to substantial investment commitments. We're now going on a quick break, and we'll bring you the foreign news in details.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, the cryptocurrency market kicked off the week with a strong bullish momentum as Bitcoin surged over 3% in the past 24 hours to trade at $115,171 early Monday. Traders are now watching closely as the leading digital asset approaches a $120,000 mark, with anticipation building ahead of the upcoming U.S. Consumer Price Index release. According to reports, the rally was further supported by positive developments in U.S.-China trade negotiations, which helped lift global investor sentiment and contributed to gains across major crypto assets. Ethereum led the altcoin charge, climbing 6.77% to $4,196, while other top tokens including BNB, XRP, Solana, Dogecoin, Tron, Cardano, and Hyperliquid posted gains of up to 11% over the same period. The overall global crypto market capitalization also rose 3.72% to $3.89 trillion, reflecting renewed confidence and increased trading activity. Also, direct flights between India and China have resumed as relations between the countries appear to be thawing. Indigo Flight 6E1703 from Kolkata landed in the southern Chinese city of Guangzhou on Monday, carrying about 180 passengers. Flights between the two countries were first suspended during the COVID pandemic in early 2020 and did not restart after a deadly clash in a disputed Himalayan border area escalated tensions. Reports show that the two countries have been steadily rebuilding relations, reaching a landmark agreement on border patrols last year. Now to sports. Jude Bellingham and Kylian Mbappe pushed Real Madrid as they edged Barcelona 2-1 in a tense and fiery El Clasico at the Santiago Bernabeu on Sunday, moving past 5 points clear at the top of La Liga. Mbappe opened the scoring in the 22nd minute, finishing coolly from close range after a perfectly timed throw ball from Bellingham, as the French forward thought he had struck earlier with a stunning volley, only for VAR to rule it out for offside. Barcelona drew level in the 38th minute when Fermin Lopez capitalized on a defensive mistake by Arda Güler, finishing off a counter-attack set up by Marcus Rashford. Real Madrid, however, regained control moments later, with Vinicius Jr. dazzling down the left wing before delivering a precise cross that found Bellingham, who tapped home from 6 yards to restore the lead, marking his 4th goal in 5 appearances for the league leaders. The hosts dominated large spells, creating several chances to extend their advantage. To end the news, Eberechi Eze scored his first Premier League goal for Arsenal, securing a 1-0 win against his former club, Crystal Palace, on Sunday. Eze struck late in the first half at the Emirates Stadium to ensure Arsenal took full advantage of the latest loss for title rivals Liverpool and Manchester City. The England midfielder had netted just once in 10 previous appearances for the Gunners in all competitions since arriving from Palace in a £60 million deal in August. Having finished as runner-ups for the last 3 years, Arsenal's 7th win from 9 league games added to the growing feeling that this could be the season they finally end their title drought. Mikel Arteta's side are 4 points clear of second-place Bournemouth and 6 ahead of Manchester City and 7 clear of Liverpool. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Stay tuned for more updates.
Are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited, I know, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the south-south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it is going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road to me they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. Sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that will not be cost, that will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Nigerians are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited and all, because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished, because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it's going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it, because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, Most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. You sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way, just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that there will not be cost, there will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News.
Amoxicillin, ampiclox, tetracycline. They are such a mouthful, but I'm sure you know what these drugs are. Now, anytime we misuse these antibiotics, we actually give them a chance. We actually give bacteria a chance to learn how to fight them. Misuse today only means resistance tomorrow. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosibue. From a study in 2024, it showed that out of 12 developing countries, Nigeria has the third highest percentage of antibiotic prescriptions at 48%. Now, another study that surveyed 400 students showed that 67% of them, which is roughly 268 students, reported fair antibiotic usage practices. 26.5% had poor practices, with only 6.5% having good practice, with the most frequently used antibiotics amoxicillin, ampiclox, and tetracycline, often used for conditions like typhoid, cough, and catarrh. Now, joining us to unpack the misuse of antibiotics is Dr. Ohisi Geleke. He's a community pharmacist, currently the superintendent pharmacist at Visco Virello Pharmacy in Benin City. Welcome to the show, Dr. Olis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Okay, so let's dive in quickly. Now, what is the aim of antibiotics in the body?
All right. So, before I answer that question, let me explain what microorganisms are. So, microorganisms are really, really small living creatures. Yeah, we can't really see them with our normal eyes. We have to use a microscope. So, these creatures are found almost everywhere. They are ubiquitous in nature. They are found everywhere. So, the common ones are bacteria, viruses, fungi, and your antibiotics. Their major job is to kill these bacteria. It's either they kill them or they stop the growth of this bacteria. So when a person is infected with this bacteria, that is when the person is supposed to take your antibiotics. When you're infected with, okay, let me put it this way, there are some good bacteria, there are some bad bacteria. The good bacteria are found naturally in our system. So just hold on to this information now. You would need it later on. So when a bad bacteria, in quotes, infects a person, the person takes antibiotics so that the antibiotics would kill this bacteria and the person becomes better. So yes, that's the major job for antibiotics in the system.
Not that we're trying to give anyone ideas, but enlighten us, how can we actually differentiate between bacterial infection and viral infection?
Okay. Bacterial infection are localized at the first stage. That's the major difference. Bacterial infections are localized, so you can see bacterial infection of the throat, bacterial infection of the eyes, urinary tract infections, that is bacterial infections of the urinary tract, and bacterial infection of the ear. But when it comes to viruses, it is more systemic. By systemic, I mean it affects the blood and it goes, like viruses affect your DNA generally. So it goes everywhere. It's systemic. You see more systemic symptoms such as muscle aches, headaches, fevers. So these are more systemic symptoms. So that's the difference between a viral and a bacterial infection. But majorly, to be on the safe side and to be very, very sure, what we do is that we advise the patient to go to a registered laboratory and do a test. Registered laboratory and do a test. You can complain of your symptoms to the doctor there or the lab scientist there, and they take a sample, usually the blood sample or whatsoever, and they can use it to run a test. So this test would do a differential for us, telling us if it's a bacterial infection or if it's a viral infection. But sometimes when, let's say, due to overcrowding in the laboratory centers or lack of personnel, your symptoms alone can tell your healthcare professional or your healthcare provider if it's a bacterial infection or a viral infection. But majorly, it's just like that. Bacteria is localized, while viruses are more systemic. So I really hope this explains the differences to us.
I do get the difference. I do get it, yes. So let's go back to the main topic now. Why is the misuse of antibiotics a growing concern?
Resistance. Fine, there are other small, no, I don't call them small things. There are other issues why the misuse of antibiotics, there are other problems that the misuse of antibiotics can cause. But majorly, what we've been preaching to people is resistance. So resistance basically means that in a layman's term, your antibiotics stops killing the bacteria that it could kill before, because now the bacteria has grown some protective measures to protect it from the antibiotics. So there are different mechanisms for a bacteria to resist an antibiotic. It could be okay, let's say there's a site, let's say site A on the bacteria where the antibiotics could bind and elicit its effects, probably by killing the bacteria or by stopping the growth of the bacteria. So some bacteria can be so smart, very, very smart. They just undergo some morphological changes. They undergo some changes in their body and that site A just, let's say, it disappears or it's not as functional as it used to. So the antibiotics can no longer bind to it, or the bacteria can just grow a stronger surface, like its body in quotes becomes stronger, preventing the penetration of the antibiotics into it. And some other bacteria can do it in a way that the antibiotics will penetrate, but it increases the excretion of these antibiotics. So it can enter, but as it's entering, it is coming out faster. So some bacteria can be very, very smart, and they can just create these resistant mechanisms. So when these and more mechanisms are created, it leads to resistance, and the antibiotics that usually works before doesn't work anymore on this bacteria. So this is why we are preaching these things, because I've been at the pharmacy since the morning, and I think I've met like 3 people that just came to ask for Ampiclox. I tend to talk to them like, okay, counsel them that what are you using this Ampiclox for? And some of them can be very stubborn. They would not even want to listen. So they'll just walk out and say they're going to get somewhere else. But we try to tell them that resistance can happen, and treating resistance is not cheap. It's not cheap. So it's that we avoid the abuse of antibiotics now than to face the financial burden later.
Okay. So hear me out. In a way, it just seems like, bacteria and AI, they're similar. Hear me out. Because, people say, oh, when you keep feeding AI information, it's going to conquer the world. But we understand, like, when you keep feeding them information, in a way, they get to, like, sometimes when I text, like, oh, I'm like, write it in my own humor. And then because I have fed AI so much information, it's writing it in my own humor. And out. Same thing with bacteria. When you keep feeding it with antibiotics, it just grows smarter. And it begins to, like, dodge. Do you understand my point? But
yeah,
now,
I do.
what are the most common ways that people misuse antibiotics?
Just like I said earlier, you need to do a test to know if it's a bacterial infection. So most people, they can just come. I think one problem we have is the ease of accessibility. There are a lot of unregistered chemists. I will not use pharmacies, because for a pharmacy you need to be registered. There are a lot of unregistered chemists, and these people just have access to some medications. I still do not know how they do it. So they have access to some medications, and Nigerians can just walk into the pharmacy, into the chemist, and get anything that they want, including antibiotics, and they just take it for whatsoever reasons. And you see some cases where some chemist owners would just like mix like 3 or 5 antibiotics together in a sachet and give them, and they'll go and take it. So people, they just take this thing anyhow. They take it for diseases that are not of bacterial origin. You see people taking antibiotics for cold, for catarrh, for cough. Fine, some cough can be as a result of a bacterial infection, but your common cold is not a bacterial infection, it's a viral infection. So taking antibiotics for it is wrong. And some people use antibiotics for their livestock. Like, fine, you can have some bacterial infection for the livestock, but some of them just do it like it's a routine. They get tetracycline, open it, and give it to their livestock, fowls, cows. Yeah. So we've had a lot of cases of people even taking some antibiotics during pregnancy when there is nothing actually wrong with the mother or the child. So they will just take it, and we'll start seeing issues with the baby after the baby is born. So there are a lot of ways where people just misuse antibiotics. You shouldn't take antibiotics unless you are sure that it's a bacterial infection, unless you've talked to a healthcare professional, unless you've done a test. You shouldn't use your antibiotics. We've even seen cases where people use their antibiotics to prevent. Antibiotics are not preventive medicine. We call that prophylaxis in pharmacy. Antibiotics are not preventive medicine. They don't prevent. So they treat and they cure. So they do not prevent. So okay, I've had cases of, okay, let me give you an example. during my IT, we had a patient who she was on her period and she wanted to have sex with her partner, and she was like she wants to take ampiclox to prevent her and her partner from getting infected. So it doesn't really work. It doesn't work that way at all. So I had to counsel and advise her that okay, this isn't how you should do it. It's not how it should go. So people use antibiotics for the weirdest of reasons. For the weirdest of reasons. So it's not. I don't. There are a lot of things I wanted to say, but because of time, I think I can just stop here right now.
Okay, so walk me through a thought process now. People buy antibiotics. Now, if they decide to say, okay, I want to treat cold, I want to treat flu with antibiotics, it's because they are probably seeing, let's say there's a change. Now, cold and flu, they are viral infections, right? So
Yes,
if
they are.
they're taking antibiotics and then they are seeing a change, explain, like, why should we not use these because if I'm seeing improvement, then why should we not use antibiotics to treat cold and flu, which are viral infections?
Okay. It's just the same way you say a person takes metronidazole and tetracycline for diarrhea and the diarrhea stops, right? Okay. Some conditions are self-limiting. By self-limiting, I mean they go by themselves. They just stay in the body for like 2 days, 3 days, and they go by themselves. Cold, flu, diarrhea, and a host of others are self-limiting. So you can attest to you can attest to this that there sometimes you had cold and kata and you did not even take anything and left by itself, right? Same thing with diarrhea. You had diarrhea and probably the only thing you took was Gary, or you just even prevented yourself from eating throughout that period and it stopped by itself. It's because it is self-limiting. Self-limiting means self-limiting diseases are diseases that go on their own. So most times when a person takes antibiotics for cold and flu and it stops, they think it's the actual antibiotics that worked, but it's just the disease is running its course. It has started, it has grown, now it has died, and it has left your system. So it is self-limiting. It is not the antibiotics that work. The antibiotics do not do anything. People should not give antibiotics the glory that it did not deserve. So yes, it is self-limiting. It's not just some viral diseases are self-limiting, some are not. But for cold, to be specific, it is self-limiting. Just put yourself in a good environment, take your vitamins, warm yourself up, and you see that it will stop by itself.
So now we've been talking about the misuse of antibiotics. What danger does it pose to an individual and then public health generally? So individuals and public health, what are the dangers?
Let's start with individuals. Or okay, let me talk then. I think we'll just figure it out along the line. Okay, antibiotics are, when you do not use them properly, it can cause resistance. I've explained resistance before. It causes resistance. That's the major cause. Then also, some antibiotics, they have some terrible, terrible side effects. Some terrible side effects. There's this antibiotics called gentamicin. A lot of people use it anyhow. It's even an injection. So a lot of people use it anyhow. I'm sorry. A lot of people use it anyhow. And it can cause kidney failure. It can cause kidney damage. Do you understand? It can cause kidney damage. It damages the kidney. And even your metronidazole, your flagyl, it's not safe during pregnancy. It's not safe in children. Unless, let's say, we've tried other antibiotics and it did not work. Now you now measure the risk-benefit ratio. You find out that, okay, the benefits outweighs the risk. So let us use these antibiotics. So you should have seen some children or some people, they have this brown colored teeth. Sometimes it's not just brown, sometimes it's like very, very yellowish. Sometimes like a mixture of brown and yellow. It's as a result of mothers who actually consumed tetracycline during pregnancy. So there was no reason, there was no bacterial infection, nothing. The parents just felt like, okay, let's consume tetracycline. It causes permanent discoloration of your teeth. So there are several side effects that can happen. So one that we do not even talk about that much is that antibiotics abuse can even increase the chance of bleeding Okay, let's put it like this. Vitamin K helps to your injuries to clot. So it's when you have an injury, your body releases vitamin K. It helps to heal the injury faster. Then let's say after a very short time, the bleeding stops. Yeah. So you have some natural bacteria in your GIT tract, your GIT rather, your gastrointestinal tract, that is from your mouth to your anus and everything. So some of them, most of them produce vitamin K. I don't know if you understand. Most of them produce vitamin K. So when you just abuse antibiotics anyhow, your the antibiotics will kill both the infecting bacteria and the natural bacteria, the normal flora in your body. So when it kills those normal flora, you find out that your body is not producing enough vitamin K that it is supposed to produce. So when vitamin K is not adequately produced and there is an injury, it takes a longer time to heal. Now we're just saying, now I'm just emphasizing on smaller injuries. So what happens if the person has an accident or something really bigger? So the person can just be bleeding and bleeding unless they have to rush the person to the hospital where they have to give injectable vitamin K. Hope you are seeing the link. And this resistance also is transmissible. It's transmissible by birth. A mother that is resistant to a certain number of antibiotics gets pregnant. She transmits it to her child. Her child that does not know anything in this world now is suffering because of the mother's issues. So this thing, in the long run, it affects the total public because we will now have a lot of people resistant to antibiotics in the society. So people are not getting better through treatments. We have a higher number of sick people compared to because when these antibiotics do not work, there are some small diseases there are some small bacterial diseases that your not so strong antibiotics can work. You see people dying. We have like a higher mortality rate. You see people dying quicker because they are resistant to the basic antibiotics. So this affects the public. It affects us globally because it can lead to a higher death rate. I don't know if you get. So at the same time, so it affects people who do not dispose antibiotics properly. It affects our environment too, brings up more resistant bugs for plants and everything. So it's a very, very big problem that we do not talk much about, or rather we've been talking about it, but people are not heeding to what we are saying. People are not heeding to what we are saying. That's basically why I even came to this platform, because I believe it has a broader reach and can reach to other people that I cannot reach out to. So it affects both the public, it affects the individuals, it affects everything, Amanda, actually.
Okay. So you have really gone in depth on how antibiotics, like some things that a lot of us didn't have an idea of, like, a mother then giving birth to a child that becomes resistant just because she has misused antibiotics. We have talked so much about that. So now, still on the misuse of antibiotics, can it lead to chronic illness and some organ damages? And if so, which of them exactly?
Okay. Definitely, yes, definitely. I talked about gentamicin earlier on. It causes kidney damage. You see a person has a urinary tract infection, the person will not do a test, the person will not consult a specialist. Next thing, they'll come to the pharmacy, give me gentamicin, give me 5. And you tend to ask, like, do you know what gentamicin is? Do you know how this thing can damage your kidneys? Gentamicin can damage your kidneys. Ciprofloxacin. Yes, ciprofloxacin that everybody is using for typhoid up and down. Like, they never do any accurate test for typhoid fever. Fine, typhoid fever is a bacterial infection, yes. But before you can say you have typhoid fever, you should do an actual test for it. So people will come and say, they have malaria, typhoid. I'm like, which one is malaria? There's nothing like malaria, typhoid. It's not one thing, malaria and typhoid. So they will just ask for cipro. Ciprofloxacin can actually make you crippled because it affects the tendons. The tendons helps our bones and our muscles to connect to each other. So it affects the tendons, and it can damage it to the extent that you would not even be able to work again. I know someone that this has happened to. Ciprofloxacin that is everywhere. Ciprofloxacin can even kill your baby as you are pregnant and you are taking ciprofloxacin. So there are a lot of damages that antibiotics can cause. So there's this chloramphenicol. You should have heard of that. The one it's in eye drops, it's in capsules also. Chloramphenicol can cause what we call gray baby syndrome. That affects how the baby looks. And it's also a very common antibiotic. So there are a lot. Tetracycline affects your bone development, affects calcium in your body, it affects your teeth. Yeah, it affects your teeth, makes it very, very scattered and discolors your teeth, especially when it's used in children. So when it's used in children, it does those to their body. It even has issues with your growth. So these are just few examples of some antibiotics that actually have terrible effects on the body.
So from our discussion, I've seen that, I don't know if it's just me, but I've seen that easy like access to this drug, to antibiotics, it's a huge problem. Because I know like there are some drugs that you cannot even purchase from a pharmacy because they'll tell you you must need a doctor's prescription. But that is I think at this point, it's very valid for antibiotics because if it's causing, these long effects and it has the possibility of increasing mortality rate, then that should be noted in a pharmacy. There should be a discussion, an open discussion about it. But now, apart from like public education, which is everybody educate public, it's cliche, but it's important. It's very important. But now, do you think, like back to my point, do you think like a ban on it or maybe a doctor's prescription before sale of antibiotic is necessary?
Amanda, to answer your question, based on ease of access, there are two types of medications. We have over-the-counter medications, the ones we call OTCs, then prescription medications, the ones we call POMs. So antibiotics are actually POMs, prescription-only medications. So you actually need a prescription to get an antibiotic. You need a prescription to get an antibiotic. You need a prescription from a doctor to get an antibiotic. So it is not something you're supposed to just walk in and get. It's not something you're supposed to just walk in and get. You need a doctor's prescription to get it. Well, Nigeria is Nigeria. People can just do whatever they want to do. And it has grown so deep into our country that people do not even know that you need a prescription to get your antibiotics. It's just the same way you need a prescription for your sleeping pills or a prescription for your medication for hypertension. You also need a prescription for your antibiotics because we know how terrible this thing can be. So you need a prescription for it. Well, it's funny that we aren't really following it like that. Yes, even me sometimes I've even messed up earlier on, but it's something we're trying to preach to people that you need prescriptions for it. So yes, you need a prescription for it, not just anyhow. But very few people actually follow it.
Thank you very much. So, from our your conversation is so in-depth and self-explanatory. Now, first of all, I think like as health professionals, there should be stronger, there's obviously like a union of pharmacy, there's a pharmacy association. So I feel like as professionals, it should be really enforced. There should be a strict prescription law. And from our conversation, I understand that if we continue to misuse antibiotics, there is going to be an antibiotic resistance. It seems far-fetched, but then we're facing like a future, like you explained, where simple infections become very untreatable. And as simple as antibiotics seems, it's from the conversation, I'm already having chills because there are so many things that are involved with, the misuse of antibiotics. Thank you so much, Dr. Igeleke Ohis, for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope I've been able to answer some of your questions.
Of course, definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, Amanda.
All right, you too. I want to say a whole lot about this, but a whole lot has been said. Do not self-medicate on antibiotics. There are so many effects. Do not prescribe your drugs, but do not prescribe antibiotics by yourself. Because we have heard there are so many effects. It could lead to increased mortality and so on. I do not need to reiterate what has already been said. But this is Amanda Imosipue saying no to self-medication and drug abuse. Remember to stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BDTV.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN-SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Boka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, her impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. Let renewed hope not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, you know, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, you know, on this day. The famous person said, you know, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, you know, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and you know they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry, private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself three questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, In the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with two keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you gave it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was: a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and stronger governance. Norma Obuna for Business Day Television. Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National
Business Day hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by Business Day, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olanibun Ajayi, and Bigway and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tunmi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government, entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability point of view and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight on BDTV, the show where we celebrate both founders and big ideas making waves in Nigeria and beyond. On each episode, we shine a spotlight on the game changers, building the businesses that are shaping the future of innovation across the continent. Today's episode dives into a fascinating topic, from idea to impact, scaling a maritime tech startup in an underexplored Africa market. I'm Glory Brown Odibo, and joining me to explore this exciting journey is Leonard Lawani, who is the co-founder of Batog. He has a special and strong background in fintech, SaaS, and maritime innovation. He has helped scale tech-driven solutions across Africa and is passionate about using technology to tackle long-standing inefficiency in maritime logistics. Leonard Lawani, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Let's quickly dive into the first question I have for you. What gave you the idea about Batog, the inspiration behind it, and what were you aiming to solve?
Batog was a result of frustration, actually. So
Oh,
we're trying to close an oil and gas deal with a friend of mine who ended up becoming one of the co-founders. We're trying to close this oil and gas deal, and we realized that it was very difficult to get vessels, it was difficult to get the right crew, right? And we thought, okay, I think somewhere along the line we lost the deal. So we thought, okay, why don't we just build a product, since we both have, like, IT background, right? I'm a software engineer by training, and he also has experience in oil and gas. So I thought we could just come together and build a product that would solve the problem, make it as transparent as possible. So that's how Batog was born.
The maritime sector is most times underlooked.
Yeah.
With Batog, how have you been able to scale through all these years?
Honestly, it's I would say that we got inspiration from our fintech brothers. We realized that guys were using fintech to disrupt the banking sector, and it was also at the time an untapped market until, guys like Flutterwave, Paystar came and, they created or I would say disrupted it to a point where MoneyPoint could actually piggyback on that type of, trajectory. So it was kind of inspiring seeing these guys actually apply themselves in that regard. And that was exactly what made us to dive into this sector. It was very chaotic, to be honest. It was difficult to explain the idea to the traditional oil and gas person or the traditional vessel owner, because they wanted things to be done traditionally. They still used spreadsheets, they still had to make calls. Closing a deal with a vessel owner could take months. So we thought that we could actually solve that by automating the process. So I mean, in the long run, we saw an opportunity with all of these challenges that they were having, and we decided to build on that.
Starting up, how was it like for Vartog?
It was crazy. It was crazy because
Can you walk me through it?
I mean, prior to Vartog, we all worked in 9 to 5, so it was very difficult to say, okay, let's even focus on this, or we just have 9 to 5 on the side. So we had it was very difficult to actually even get a team together. But fortunately for us, we have an amazing team of experts that contribute in no small measure to making sure that the product is actually as fantastic as possible. So it took us a while to agree on the idea, leverage friends and family, because we also realized that we had people in the sector that were friends and families that also own vessels. So we thought to leverage that opportunity. Our uncle owns a vessel, our an auntie or a family friend is a captain. We could actually leverage that to actually create something that people could use.
In the maritime space, we have different competitors.
Absolutely.
We have different key players as well.
Yeah.
So what's the uniqueness in Vartog that makes Vartog stands out from every other?
I think we focused on we think the most important client is the vessel owner, right? Getting
the vessel owner.
Exactly. So getting the vessel owners to join our platform, or building the platform to be focused to making the vessel owner feel important and also meet their needs. We thought that would actually help sway the market in our favor, right? So imagine you building a product like Uber, right? We focused on the car owners. That was basically what Uber did, and that's exactly the same approach you used for the vessel platform. So we decided to create a platform and tailored it to the vessel owners. We know that when the vessel owners adopt it, every other person would actually come, and that's basically how we've been able to structure the business moving forward.
Talking about the business moving forward, access to funding for you to be able to scale to the top
is
a challenge.
Absolutely.
So while starting, how are you able to get those funds? When you're starting up and you don't have capital, you get discouraged along the way.
Absolutely.
And then, so how are you able to put funds together for you to be able to get to where you are now, to achieve the goals of Vartog?
We're fortunate enough, like I said, we had the 9 to 5, so we were able to bring some funds together. And because we also have a technology background, a technological background, we didn't have to hire too many manpower, so much people to handle programming and stuff. So a member of the founding team is a full stack developer, so that helped us to a large extent to build the back-end architecture of the product. And it was very easy for us to also leverage the friends and family that we had that own vessels and were also in the industry. So these connections that we had was able to help us really move forward without spending so much cash. Of course, we need money to expand, scale, get to other parts of the country. I mean, it's not just Lagos that we're trying to target. There's Port Harcourt and there's the Niger Delta that we're trying to capture as well. So I mean, we felt like building a product, making sure the product is solid enough, eventually we'll get the right investment. As long as you're solving problems, we'll get the right investment. So far it's just been from out of pocket.
Let's talk about the regulation.
Absolutely.
Regulation in maritime is complex.
Yeah.
It's challenging. So how have you guys been able to stay regarding all these challenges that comes with regulation? And remember, it's a startup show. We definitely have people out there looking forward to delve into this maritime starting up, you understand? So how have you guys been able to walk through the regulation process?
I think what we did was we first identified the agencies that were involved, or major agencies and major key players that we could partner with. It's over $100 billion industry, so it's big, and you have big players there, and you also need to understand that it's not a type of business that allows everybody to just waltz into the door. We noticed NIMASA was a very key player, so off the top of our heads, we decided to strategically partner with NIMASA and the Ship Owners Association as well. So that was something that we did from the jump, because like I said, the product was prioritizing vessel owners. So by partnering with all of these guys, we were able to find a way to leverage their credentials, leverage the architecture, infrastructure as well. So what I mean by that is, how you have okay, NIMASA has some level of clearance. So partnering with NIMASA gives us some access into the maritime sector, and that's exactly what we've been doing with other agencies as well. So that's how we've been able to manage, what you asked.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Many startups struggle with talent gaps. You understand? Yeah. So how has VATOC been able to get expertise, the right talent that can be able to come and bring in ideas to move the vision and the goals to the next stage?
Fundamentally, the whole company is set up with members or experts from different aspects of the oil and gas industry. So some guys are in financing, some in vessel management, some are also in crewing. So we have a lot of experts within the team, and what we've been able to do is use the same approach that we use in onboarding our guys internally to onboard talent for the vessel owners. For example, if a vessel owner needs someone a crew member, we have on the platform a feature that allows you to check the credentials of the person and make sure the person is qualified enough. Then you can also negotiate the salaries and all of that. So we've made that very easy, streamlined that to as easy as filling a form and getting a call the next day that you have a talent that can actually onboard your ship.
Aside profit coming into the company, what other ways has VATOC been able to impact to the people out there, to start up out there, regarding job creation, regarding lectures and all that training for startups coming in to learn the maritime tech sector?
Okay, so I think one way we directly impact our community in that regard is by giving them an opportunity to actually train with some very big names, right? So on VATOC, we promote like internships, with they call them the IOCs, the big boys in the space. So we create that opportunity where they could actually train and learn firsthand. So most of these guys are coming directly from marine colleges or maritime colleges, and that's exactly how we directly impact these young people. Another way we do that is another way we do that is by also allowing some of these guys to come on the platform and use the platform for themselves. It has a lot of data, it has a lot of library. If you're searching for companies to work with, if you're even searching for data, let's say you're trying to build a similar product to solve a problem within the sector, you could also get data from us. We offer that kind of service even for people that are trying to build something similar. Yeah.
For startup, it's really not that easy.
Sure.
They go through a lot. How can the government play a role in improving maritime technology for startups to make it easier?
Well, I think one way the government can actually assist in making this journey smooth for us is by creating an opportunity for investors to specifically invest in the maritime industry, because we noticed over the years that a lot of investors are a bit skeptical about the industry. Nobody has really gone there to play, right? And the way things are done, they are very traditional, very opaque, so you can't really see what's going on. So we're really taking a risk by getting in there, creating that transparency, making people understand that this market is actually investable, right? I think the government will contribute fantastic if they, collaborate with Batog and also leverage the data we've been able to collect and use that to also help for, other startups that could actually spring up within the industry. So yeah, I think to a large extent, the collaboration would be fantastic. And also access to funds, right? Access to funds for business within that industry, especially as regards the environment. Because to a large extent, there's a lot of pollution within this sector, right? And this pollution, and this sector is the most, as in the sector with the highest amounts of pollution, right? Because of the kind of products that they deal with. So I feel like if the government could actually collaborate with not just Vatok but other startups to see that we can actually manage to make sure that the environment that this businesses are run in are maintained and a lot more environmental friendly moving forward. Yeah.
For startups, a lot of them don't even know how to approach the vessel owners. Like you said, they are the main when it comes to maritime.
Exactly.
So how can they approach small or big vessel owners? How can they build trust? And how can they keep the relationship going?
I think Vatok has been able to put themselves in the middle in that conversation. So what we've been able to do is we've been able to make sure that a vessel owner can access the charterer or the customer directly. Customer can access the vessel owner directly. But while that conversation is going on, Vatok is in the middle managing it in such a way that there is we're tracking to see if there's any fraudulent conversation going on. We're doing KYCs in the back end to make sure that they're doing business with the right people, right? So these are the things that we do to make sure that it's easy for customers to speak to vessel owners, and at the same time the vessel owners are feeling rest assured that they are doing business with the right people. So internally we have a structure that manages both parties and both conversations. Yeah.
So let me ask you this personal question. If you were to go back and start all over again, what are the things you won't do and the things that you're going to do right this time?
If I was to go back again, I think I would have spent more time researching, because we made a lot of mistakes because we didn't really understand so many aspects of the business. The oil and gas and maritime sector is deep. Right, so one thing we would have done was really invest in R&D, gotten that data, gone to the field, spoken to stakeholders, ask them specifically what are your pain points, right? Instead of, because we did a lot of assumption because of access to data, we didn't have enough data, right? And, getting hold of these vessel owners, it's not easy. So we had to make a lot of assumptions and learn along the way. But if we were to start over, I would definitely invest, or we will definitely invest in R&D. Yeah.
Talking about advice to startup out there looking forward to delve into the maritime ecosystem.
Yeah.
What advice can you give to them?
Just start. I mean, it's not as hard as you think, right? It's not as hard as you think. And then again, you don't even know how good it is until you get it, you understand? So you would learn to make mistakes, you will learn from your mistakes, you will learn to improve on the ideas. Just have a simple problem that you want to solve. Don't overcomplicate it. Have a very simple problem you want to solve. Get into the market and try to solve the problem the best way possible. Right. So that's my advice.
For Vatok now, how has the approach with different stakeholders been with it?
Of course, yeah. So stakeholders are stuck in their ways, and I totally understand, because the market is actually, fundamentally built on trust. So you want to give your vessel to somebody that you trust. This person is going to pay you back after you've given that vessel. So you want to also give it or crew it with people that you also trust, and it's very pillared on integrity. What we've been able to do is we've been able to build a relationship with the vessel owners and make them understand that, look, you can trust us at least. And we can also create a system where a at least some things are a lot more consistent. The truth is, with human beings, there are lots of variables. So somebody might call you tomorrow and say, oh, look, I was supposed to come, but something happened. Even though you're using this person for the most time, I think Nigerian tailors are fantastic examples, right? So, I mean, these things happen, but you want a situation where you can bet on, on us. And that's basically what we've been able to do with building the system and architecture and processes that can be trusted and counted on.
For the maritime ecosystem now, how do you compare what it is now and where do you see it's going to be like in the next 5 to 10 years in Nigeria?
Oh my God, I think that's where the next frontier of technology is going to evolve from. I mean, we have a billion fintech products, right? I feel like in the maritime and oil and gas, I would categorize it as the energy sector. I think the energy sector is going to be the next frontier for, the tech evolution, the tech bust, right? So I feel like there's so much that's going to go on. I mean, 90% of our, export and import happens, on the waters. So you can imagine how much opportunity that we're looking at every day. And Nigeria is like one of the biggest in the world of Africa. So of course there are lots of opportunities for tech startup. I think, Bartok pioneering that movement will actually, not really pioneering, I need to correct that because there are companies, I think there was a company before us, but I think also championing that movement would actually create some level of faith and it will open the opportunities to young people to want to, dive into that sector as well.
In this area, we have a lot of technology here and there, you understand? How has technology helped in efficiency and also cost reduction when it comes to the maritime sector?
All right, I think to a large extent with technology has really helped reduce a lot of back and forth. So imagine a traditional approach where I'm trying to get a vessel and I'm speaking to person A speaks to person B, then C, then D, then E, right? Then person F finally gets the vessel, but I have to pay person A, B, C, D, E, right? And person F. So I'm paying all of these people because I just spoke to them about the vessel and they finally got the vessel. Now technology just directs me to the owner of the vessel. So instead of paying these people, I could just pay one person for just pointing me to the vessel. So that's basically what we're trying. That's one of the things we're trying to do. Secondly, the fact that your vessel is there idle, you're paying for it every day, right? So, but if you create a channel where these vessels could actually be engaged regularly, it will be easy for them to make money. So in that case, I, as a vessel owner, I know that my asset is working for me, not just lying there, right? And it also gives the opportunity for small players to come on there and just participate and make money, right? Because I feel like, because of how it is structured currently, these other young players or small guys don't even get the opportunity to have a piece of this pie. So we are giving that opportunity to them.
One last question before you go. We already have people that are no longer on the startup level. They've already started doing this stuff and they're already on it. But along the line, they feel like, are you sure it's for me? The challenges that comes with it and all that. So what's the big picture you can give to them to still hang on? One big picture that, like, if you keep to it, this and this is going to happen.
To be honest, like, I feel, you just have to keep trying. Like, nobody really knows everything. Like, if you look at some of these big companies that ended up becoming $1 billion, $100 billion companies, like YouTube, for instance. These guys were about to close shop when Google bought them over, right? So, and you could see how a company like WhatsApp wasn't generating revenue for the longest time until Mark Zuckerberg that's Facebook bought them over. And, you don't really understand, but as long as you're solving problems, I actually believe that as long as you're meeting people's needs, eventually the business will turn around. Right, the business turn around. The
consistency,
people,
right?
Absolutely, consistency. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Leonard Lawani. It's been an insightful journey on the topic of building and scaling maritime tech startup. Thank you for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
That brings us to the end of this episode of Startup Spotlight on bdtv. I am Glory Brown Odibo. Until next time, stay tuned and keep watching bdtv.
in
BusinessDay
Lagos on
Foundation
October 11,
hosted the AI
2025.
Summit in
Some of the
Lagos.
brightest
The
minds
theme
in
was
finance,
shaping
banking,
Nigeria's AI
investment, and
future.
innovation
It brought together
gathered for a
AI
night of
professionals,
celebration and
technology
recognition.
experts,
The
business
occasion was the
people, and
prestigious
journalists,
Banks and Other
including
Financial
Ladi
Institution
Asuni,
Awards, the
Charles
BAFI
Bolu,
Awards,
Tumi
organized by
Akinade,
Business Day
and many
Media to
others.
honor the
It was
visionaries
sponsored by
shaping
Business
Nigeria's
Day,
economic future.
KPMG,
From the red
Digital
carpet to
Equity
the main
Africa,
stage, the
Olamide
ambience was
Ajayi,
vibrant, filled with
and Bigway and
anticipation,
Partners.
applause, and the
In his
aroma
keynote,
of success.
Frank Aibogun,
The evening
publisher of
celebrated
Business
those
Day,
who had
said
turned bold
AI is
ideas
reshaping
into thriving
industries and
enterprises
daily
and
life,
innovation
but
into
one that more than
inclusion
60
for
million
millions of
Nigerians are still
Nigerians.
offline.
The awards highlighted one key message: leadership drives progress. Honorees
Ladi
and
Asuni,
nominees were
partner
praised
at
for transforming
KPMG,
challenges into
explained that AI
opportunities,
has been with us for
financing
decades,
small dreams, and
from face
redefining
recognition
excellence
on phones
through
to
community
YouTube
empowerment and
recommendations.
sustainability.
What's new, he said,
OPay
is
emerged
how
a
widespread
standout
it has
winner,
become.
bagging 3
Tools like
awards, including
ChatGPT
Mobile
are now
Payment
making
Solutions
governance and
Provider
regulation even
of the
more
Year.
important.
I'm indeed excited to be here this evening and to have won 3 awards today. It just reflects that what we do is being seen, and we also appreciate our millions of customers out there who we strive to serve. We listen to them and we come up with innovative solutions and products to serve our customers. And that is what we try to do as a fintech in
The first
solving
panel focused on innovation,
the
governance, and
gap
partnership.
that we've noticed in
Oluwadun
the environment
Lawrence
we
highlighted
find
Nigeria's skill
ourselves,
gap and said the country must
and
train
of
more
course
developers if
trust
they want to
and
compete globally.
safety of funds is key,
Tumi
and that is why
Akinade
we
pointed to
invested so
infrastructure as the
much
backbone of
in
AI growth,
coming up with
saying that
several
without the
security
right
features
digital
that will give
foundation,
our
progress will be limited.
customers a lot of
Lisbeth
trust that they can
Layini
go to bed that their
raised the
funds
issue
are
of
safe
data, noting
in
that
OP,
Nigeria lacks quality
and
data sets and
we
still does not have
have
a
done that
full
very
legal
well,
work
and the
framework
feedback we get is
to
quite
regulate
impressive,
AI.
and we like even getting this award
Justina
today.
Oha
It
emphasized
indeed
preparing
shows
the next
that
generation,
we've done so
calling
well.
for early
So we
AI
thank Business
education
Day, and
so
we
that
also
young
thank
people
our
can lead
customers
innovation in the future.
who
Charles
we listen
Emembolu
to.
spoke on AI's
We
risk and
thank our
opportunities for
partners,
Nigeria,
and it's all about
meaning that without
collaboration and
local data
partnership.
and
OPE is
investments,
always open
the
to
country could fall
collaboration
behind in
and
shaping its own
partnership,
future.
and
In a
we
fire chat,
are also
Dr.
open to work with
Yetunde
other
Anibaba
players
explained that
in the
inclusion and human
financial
rights must be central
services
in the AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions can
industry
reflect
to
the real
see
needs
how
of
we
people
can jointly
across Nigeria, not
come
just
up
urban
with
centers.
more
The second
innovations
panel looked
to
at
drive
AI
financial inclusion.
and the media.
Coronation was
Fuad
named
Lawal and
Best
other
Registrars
speakers
Company,
said that
while
AI is
Zenith
already
Bank
changing
took home
journalism,
the top honor
speeding up
as Bank of
workflows,
the Year.
reshaping
Well, I
audience
feel great,
engagement,
very good
and
actually.
raising questions about what the
Business
role of a
Day, an
journalist
award
will be
from
in the
Business Day
future.
is a very good
For
one.
AI to really
You
thrive
know,
in any
this isn't the
economy,
first time we've been here.
the
We've
data
received awards from
foundation
Business Day several
is
times in the
very
past, and we're
critical.
happy to see that
In
we're
addition to
very
the
well
data
recognized in the financial
foundation
services
is
industry.
also the
So,
need
what are some
for
of the
the
steps that you think
infrastructure. We all
brought you
know
to
that
this
AI
juncture, receiving the
and
BAFI
processing
Award?
of data for AI is
Service.
very
We
resource
prioritize our
intensive, it's
clients.
technology
We always
intensive.
make sure our
Now,
services are
the
top
three
notch,
things that the regulator,
operationally,
government can
in the area of
really
customer
focus on.
services,
One
services
is
overall. We
around
serve the customer, so
frameworks for
we
open
always do
data. What's
everything
the
we need
framework
to do
within
to make sure
which
we're at the forefront of that, and that's
organizations,
what brought us here today.
government
The
entities can
awardees also
safely
applauded other
share and
winners and
collaborate on
commended
data
Business
assets
Day
to
Media
enable the
for
development of
recognizing
AI
excellence
that is
and
suitable
driving
for the
growth in
Nigerian or the
Nigeria's
African
financial
context.
sector.
On
So
behalf of
that
my
can
team, I want to
really
say thank you once
enable
again
true open
for
data framework.
recognizing
And we've seen
us
this in different
because it's a
countries
lot of
that are
hard
beginning
work
to
that has been put
adopt
into
open
this.
data
And I can confirm to you
policies.
that we
Secondly,
feel rewarded
it's
for
creating
that work that's been
investments
done
around
on,
how to build our
in
own
terms
data
of our mobile
centers
application and
that
in
will
advancement of
enable
our
or
digital
lower
payment
for
technology. So we feel
organizations
very
to
good,
really
really,
make those
and we're excited.
AI
So what are some
investments.
of the
If
steps
every
that
organization
have
has to
helped you to
invest in
arrive
their
at
own
this
data
title that you were given today?
It's going to be it's been an interesting journey. We moved from mobile application 2.0 to 2.1. We've been able to add over 200 features to that, and it took us a lot of work to get there because we needed to involve customer experience, gather data, had a lot of tests done across different devices, different strata, different level of customers and users before we're able to revamp, and until we got to this stage. So it's been a lot of sleepless nights, really, if you understand, but it's rewarding today because we feel elated to have done this and we give glory to God Almighty.
We at Lotus Bank continue to do the best that we can. Last year at the same event, we were honored with the award for Best Ethical Banking Leadership Award, and this year we were honored with the Best Ethical and Financial Inclusion Bank of the Year. So it's actually an honor. We are very grateful. We continue everything we try to do. We continue to do it for our customers and continue to ensure that all of our processes and customer experience services are always top notch. So it's an honor, and we really appreciate BusinessDay for this award.
Well, it feels surreal because we've put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work, grunt work, especially the people at the tech department, the marketers, the product development officers and managers. It's been a lot of work. Everybody, the board itself has been very supportive. So just even getting nominated, it was a gratifying moment. It showed that people could see. We thought we were working in silence. We thought that, well, let's keep working in the next 2-3 years. And then the recognition came. And the recognition is disruptor, digital payments disruptor. And somebody said, disruptor, isn't that negative? I said, no, it's not negative. What it's saying is, watch out for these people. So it's humbling, it's gratifying, it's satisfying, and it simply says there's a lot more work to do. So we cannot rest.
Any recognition just makes us want to do more, so we feel good about it.
So, Produce Bank came in and changed the game. You're going to agree with that. For SMEs especially, and for people who want to just find a bank that they trust. So, what are some of the steps that you took that led you to receiving this award?
Okay, so we had a deliberate strategy. We start by accepting the fact that the SMEs are very important for economic growth. And we have to find a way to support them. We have deliberate strategy to support them. We have 4 areas that we look into. The first one, we do capacity development, where we bring them together, train them, do their working, and then we also give them access to finance. We also introduce them to opportunity to get funding, equity funding, so other than finance, which is bank loan. Just people who are happy to put equity investments to help them grow, and then we give them access to markets as well. So these are the 4 areas that we help them. That's in addition to the various products that we give them, like POS, what we call BPS. This to just make it easy for them to collect payments all the time.
I feel recognized, I feel honored, I'm very happy.
So what are some of the steps that helped you to get to this moment where you receiving this award tonight?
I believe this is all about leadership, and leadership isn't about doing it entirely on your own. Leadership is being able to harness
The summit closed with one clear message:
the powers,
Nigeria must
the
not
talents
be
within the team,
but also
and
be
ensuring everybody pulls their weight. And at the end of the day, we all get the results, and well, maybe someone takes the shine on behalf of everybody. But it all speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, we all win, and we all get something done. So
we are very excited. I'm very, very proud of the award because this is a result of hard work, resilience, and professionalism in the market. Iron Global, what we are set for is to distinguish ourselves as one of the best issuing houses offering financial advisory services in Nigeria and across Africa. And in the last 4 years, at least, we've proved to the world that we have the competence, we have the capacity and the capability to do a very good job. And that has shown in over 20 transactions that we've done in the last 4 years.
what are some of the steps that you took to arrive at this juncture of receiving this award?
Well, kudos to our board, who comprises of men of distinct professionalism and high level when it comes to competence and understanding of the market. And what we stand for is quality, right away from the board to the management. And that has shown in everything we have done. We've been able to offer the best of service to our customers, and that has led to deals upon deals. And here we are today. This is one of the reward of good job.
I'm glad it meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise, what we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can, be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly. So yes, to our clients, thank you.
In Lagos on October 11, 2025, some of the brightest minds in finance, banking, investment,
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Updates, reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, CBN pumps 1.25 billion US dollars into fuel import others. And FIRS grows tax collection to 47.39 trillion naira. Nigeria records over 50 billion US dollar crypto transactions in 1 year, said DG. Dangote Refinery begins construction for 1.4 Mbpd expansion. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. The Central Bank of Nigeria released 1.26 billion US dollars to oil sector players for fuel importation between January and March 2025, according to data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. This comes amid ongoing competition between petroleum marketers and the Dangote Refinery, which has begun supplying petrol locally and exporting to other countries. Despite improved local refining capacity, marketers imported about 2.28 billion liters of petrol during the fourth quarter, representing one of the lowest volumes in recent years. The CBN disbursed 457.83 million US dollars in January, 283.54 million US dollars in February, $517.55 million in March for this import. Industry analysts say the tussle between Dangote Refinery and importers is driven mainly by pricing. Meanwhile, the Major Energies Marketers Association of Nigeria reported a further drop in the import parity price of petrol to 805.46 naira per litre, reflecting the impact of fluctuating global oil prices. And the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, collected a record 47.39 trillion naira between October 2023 and September 2025, exceeding its target by 15%. The figure marks a 115% rise from the previous 2 years, driven by ongoing tax reforms and digitalization. Non-oil revenue made up 76% of total collections, with strong performance from company income tax and VAT. From January to September 2025, FIRS raked in 22.59 trillion naira, surpassing its target by 20%, while oil taxes contributed 5.29 trillion naira. FIRS credited the surge to reforms like the e-invoicing system and national single window, which improved compliance and blocked leakages. The agency, on track to exceed its 25.2 trillion naira 2025 target, noted that borrowing within approved limit remains part of Nigeria's long-term economic strategy. Also, Nigeria recorded over 50 billion dollars, that is 75 trillion naira, in cryptocurrency transactions between July 2023 and June 2024, nearly two-thirds of the nation's equities market value, according to SEC DG Dr. Emomotimi Agama. Agama said the surge shows Nigerians' strong risk appetite, but lamented that fewer than 4% of adults invest in the capital market. Reviewing the Capital Markets Master Plan, that's from 2015 to 2025, he noted that less than half of its targets were achieved, citing weak policy alignment and limited participation despite progress in green bonds and fintech. He urged a reimagined SEC to boost retail investment, unlock pension and diaspora capital, and channel speculative to drive economic growth. Up ahead, Dangote Refinery begins construction for 1.4 MBPD expansion. We'll bring you more details after this time out.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business decisions.
Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the news updates, and still on the Nigerian scene. The Dangote refinery has begun expanding its capacity from 650,000 to 1.4 million barrels per day, a move that will make it the largest refinery in the world. Aliko Dangote announced that the project will be completed in 3 years and create 65 jobs, with most workers being Nigerians. Dangote praised President Bola Tinubu's industrial policies, which encouraged the expansion, and reviewed plans to list 10% of the refinery's share on the Nigerian Stock Exchange next year. The expansion will also increase polypropylene production and shift the refinery to Euro 6 fuel standard, doubling its power generation to 1,000 megawatt. He assured Nigerians of steady petroleum supply during the festive season and urged other refinery license holders to support the goal of making Nigeria Africa's refining hub. And moving on, the Nigeria Customs Service Port Terminal Multi-Services Limited Command has reported a revenue collection of 350 billion naira from January to September 2025, nearly matching the 362 billion naira generated in all of 2024. Despite initial challenges with the new BODogo trade platform, the command said revenue has continued to grow steadily. Customs Area Controller Joe Anani disclosed that in the third quarter of 2025 alone, the command collected 116 billion naira, a 34.3% increase from 86.5 billion naira recorded in the same period last year. He noted that the command is overcoming the early difficulties of the BODogo platform, a unified custom management system developed to replace the outdated NICIS system and improve transparency. Anani also reviewed the interception of 3 containers carrying unregistered and falsely declared pharmaceutical products, which were handed over to NAFDAC in line with the customs NAFDAC collaboration. Away from that story, Stanbic IBTC Holdings PLC posted a profit after tax of 278.48 billion naira for the 9 months ended September 30th, 2025, up from 182.87 billion naira in the same period of 2024. Profits before tax also rose 77% to 393.84 billion naira, driven by higher interest income and lower impairment charges. Net interest income grew to 454.59 billion naira from 251.85 billion naira, as interest income climbed to 584.31 billion naira, while expenses fell to 129.72 billion naira. Non-interest revenue slightly dipped to 200.58 billion naira, though fee and commission income increased to 190.52 billion naira. The company's total asset expanded to 8.38 trillion naira from 6.91 trillion naira, with custom deposits rising sharply to 4.18 trillion naira and shareholder equity increasing to 1.06 trillion naira. Stanbic attributed its strong performance to effective cost control, reduced impairment, and strategic balance sheet growth. Ikeja Hotel PLC reported a profit of 4.85 billion naira for the 9 months ended September 30th, 2025, a sharp rise from 2.0 billion naira in the same period last year. Revenue grew to 18.52 billion naira from 12.60 billion naira, while gross profit surged to 9.02 billion naira, reflecting stronger operations and cost control. For the third quarter alone, profit stood at 1.73 billion naira, up from 646 million naira in third quarter 2024, with earnings per share increasing to 224 kobo from 93 kobo. The company's assets totaled 90.54 billion naira, including 29.56 billion naira in cash and 34.07 billion naira in loans to related parties, while shareholders' equity rose to 35.12 billion naira. Ikeja Hotel credited the solid results to strategic investment and efficient cost management across its hospitality operations. And still to come, Namibia President takes over Ministry of Mines, Energy and Industry. This and more after this commercial break. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. Namibia's president, Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, has dismissed Natangwe Itete from his position as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industry, Mines and Energy. In a statement released on Sunday, the presidency said the decision was made in the interest of ensuring continuity and effective coordination within the key sector. President Nandi Ndaitwah will assume responsibility for the ministry with immediate effect. The statement did not provide a reason for Itete's removal. He was appointed to the roles in March as part of the president's new administration, but remain a member of parliament. Namibia, which is rich in natural resources, is targeting its first crude oil production by 2030, following several major discoveries in recent years. The country also mines key commodities such as uranium and diamonds. And Saudi Arabia already has enough hotel rooms to host the 2034 FIFA World Cup, according to the country's tourism minister, Ahmed Al-Khatib. Speaking at the Fortune Global Forum in Riyadh, Al-Khatib said FIFA had confirmed that the kingdom's existing hotel capacity can accommodate the influx of fans expected during the tournament. However, he noted that Saudi Arabia remains focused on expanding its domestic tourism infrastructure. The government is prioritizing the development of new destinations at home, including the massive Red Sea Global Project, which plans to open 17 new hotels by next May. When asked about the possible Saudi investment along Egypt's Red Sea coast, Al-Khatib said the kingdom had not made any decisions, emphasizing that current efforts are centered on domestic growth. Meanwhile, Egypt has been exploring investment opportunities in Ras Gamila, near the resort city of Sharm el-Sheikh, following a major Emirati investment on its Mediterranean coast. We now head to the foreign scene, where the US President Donald Trump says the United States and China are set to come away with a trade deal ahead of his expected meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping later this week in South Korea. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One on his way to Japan for Malaysia, Trump said he has great respect for President Xi and expressed optimism about reaching an agreement. The meeting is part of Trump's ongoing Asia tour, which includes stops in Japan and South Korea for high-level discussions on trade and regional security. Trump also said he may sign a final deal on TikTok on Thursday, though he did not provide further details. And more than 8,000 flights were delayed across the United States on Sunday as air traffic controller absence continued to disrupt travel, while the federal government shutdown entered its 26th day. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said the Federal Aviation Administration faced staffing shortages at 22 locations on Saturday and warned that further delays and cancellation were likely in the coming days. According to flight tracking website FlightAware, over 8,000 U.S. flights were delayed by 11 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, up from about 5,300 the previous day. Delays have been above average since the shutdown began on October 1st. Southwest Airlines saw about 45% of its flights delayed on Sunday, while American Airlines experienced disruption to nearly a third of its schedule. United Airlines and Delta Airlines also reported hundreds of delayed flights. Around 13,000 air traffic controllers and 50,000 Transportation Security Administration officers are continuing to work without pay during the shutdown. And up next is sport news after this break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to sports, where Arsenal appear to be in full siege mode in their pursuit of the Premier League title, focusing on results over style as they look to maintain their title challenge. The summer signing, Eberechi Eze, proved his worth against his former club Crystal Palace, showing why it would be the key factor that tips the balance in Arsenal's favour come May. Set pieces have become a major weapon for the Gunners, with defenders Gabriel and William Saliba dominating in dead ball situations. But where Arsenal once leaked a touch of creativity, Eze now provides the X factor. His influence has eased the burden on Bukayo Saka, and his first half strike, a powerful finish from a set piece, sealed to win and marked his first Premier League goal for Arsenal. As the title race intensifies, Eze's ability to deliver magic moments could prove decisive in Arsenal's push for glory. And to end the news, Jamie Carragher says it's crisis time for Liverpool after the Premier League champions suffered their fourth consecutive league defeat, losing 3-2 to Brentford on Saturday. The results follows earlier losses to Chelsea, Crystal Palace and Manchester United, leaving pressure mounting on manager Arne Slot. Slot has admitted that Liverpool are still struggling to deal with teams using long balls and defensive low blocks, a weakness Brentford exploited effectively. Carragher, a former Liverpool defender, said the team must improve its physicality to turn things around, adding that losing 4 games in a row will be disastrous for any club, let alone the champions. He warned that serious questions will now be asked within the dressing room and by senior management, especially given the club's heavy summer spending and underwhelming results. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
In Lagos on October 11, 2025, some of the brightest minds in finance, banking, investment, and innovation gathered for a night of celebration and recognition. The occasion was the prestigious Banks and Other Financial Institution Awards, the BAFI Awards, organized by Business Day Media to honor the visionaries shaping Nigeria's economic future. From the red carpet to the main stage, the ambience was vibrant, filled with anticipation, applause, and the aroma of success. The evening celebrated those who had turned bold ideas into thriving enterprises and innovation into inclusion for millions of Nigerians. The awards highlighted one key message: leadership drives progress. Honorees and nominees were praised for transforming challenges into opportunities, financing small dreams, and redefining excellence through community empowerment and sustainability. OPay emerged a standout winner, bagging 3 awards, including Mobile Payment Solutions Provider of the Year.
I'm indeed excited to be here this evening and to have won 3 awards today. It just reflects that what we do is being seen, and we also appreciate our millions of customers out there who we strive to serve. We listen to them and we come up with innovative solutions and products to serve our customers. And that is what we try to do as a fintech in solving the gap that we've noticed in the environment we find ourselves. And of course, trust and safety of funds is key. And that is why we invested so much in coming up with several security features that will give our customers a lot of trust that they can go to bed, that their funds are safe in OPay. And we have done that very well, and the feedback we get is quite impressive. And we, like, even getting this award today is indeed shows that we've done so well. So we thank Business Day, and we also thank our customers who we listen to. We thank our partners, and it's all about collaboration and partnership. OPay is always open to collaboration and partnership, and we are also open to work with other players in the financial services industry to see how we can jointly come up with more innovations to drive financial inclusion.
Coronation was named Best Registrars Company, while Zenith Bank took home the top honor as Bank of the Year.
Well, I feel good, very good actually. Business Day, an award from Business Day is a very good one. You know, this isn't the first time we've been here. We've received awards from Business Day several times in the past, and we're happy to see that we're very well recognized in the financial services industry.
So what are some of the steps that you think brought you to this juncture, receiving the BAFI Awards?
Service. We prioritize our clients. We always make sure our services are top-notch. Operationally, in the area of customer services overall, we serve the customers, so we always do everything we need to do to make sure we're at the forefront of that, and that's what brought us here today.
The awardees also applauded other winners and commended Business Day Media for recognizing excellence and driving growth in Nigeria's financial sector.
On behalf of my team, I want to say thank you once again for recognizing us, because it's a lot of hard work that has been put into this. And I can confirm to you that we feel rewarded for that work that has been done you know, in terms of our mobile application and in advancement of our digital payment technology. So we feel very good, really, and we're excited.
So what are some of the steps that have helped you to arrive at this title that you were given today?
Okay, it's been an interesting journey. We moved from our mobile application 2.0 to 2.1. We've been able to add over 200 features to that, and it took us a lot of work to get there because we needed to involve customer experience, gathered data, we had a lot of tests done across different devices, different strata, different level of customers and users before we were able to revamp, and until we got to this stage. So it's been a lot of sleepless nights, really, if you understand, but it's rewarding today because we feel elated to have done this. And we give glory to God Almighty.
We at Lotus Bank continue to do the best that we can. Last year at the same event, we were honored with the award for Best Ethical Banking Leadership Award, and this year, we're honored with the Best Ethical and Financial Inclusion Bank of the Year. So it's actually an honor. We are very grateful. We continue everything we try to do. We continue to do it for our customers and continue to ensure that all of our processes and customer experience services are always top notch. So it's an honor, and we really appreciate Business Day for this award.
Well, it feels surreal because we've put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work, grunt work, especially the people at the tech department, the marketers, the product development officers and managers. It's been a lot of work. Everybody, the board itself has been very supportive. So just even getting nominated, it was a gratifying moment. It showed that people could see. We thought we were working in silence. We thought that, well, let's keep working in the next 2-3 years. And then the recognition came. And the recognition is disruptor, digital payments disruptor. And somebody said, disruptor, isn't that negative? I said, no, it's not negative. What it's saying is, watch out for these people. So it's humbling, it's gratifying, it's satisfying, and it simply says there's a lot more work to do. So we cannot rest.
Any recognition just makes us want to do more, so we feel good about it.
So Lotus Bank came in and changed the game. You're going to agree with that. For SMEs especially, and for people who want to just find a bank that they trust. So what are some of the steps that you took that led you to, receiving this award this night?
Okay, so we had a deliberate strategy. We start by accepting the fact that the SMEs are very important for economic growth, and we have to find a way to support them. We have deliberate strategy to support them. We have 4 areas that we look into. The first one, we do capacity development, where we bring them together, train them, do their working, and then we also give them access to finance. We also introduce them to opportunity to get funding, equity funding, so other than finance, which is bank loan, just people who are happy to put equity investment to help them grow. And then we give them access to markets as well. So these are the 4 areas that we help them. But that's in addition to the various products that we give them, like POS, what we call VPS. This is just make it easy for them to collect payments all the time.
I feel recognized, I feel honored, and I'm very happy.
So what are some of the steps that helped you to get to this moment where you're receiving this award this night?
I believe this is all about leadership, and leadership isn't about doing it entirely on your own. Leadership is being able to harness the powers, the talents within the team, and ensuring everybody pulls their weight. And at the end of the day, we all get the results, and well, maybe someone takes the shine on behalf of everybody. But it all speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, we all win, and we all get something done. So
we are very excited. I'm very, very proud of the award, because this is a result of hard work, resilience, and professionalism in the market. ION Global, what we are set for is to distinguish ourselves as one of the best issuing houses offering financial advisory services in Nigeria and across Africa. And in the last 4 years, at least, we've proved to the world that we have the competence, we have the capacity and the capability to do a very good job. And that has shown in over 20 transactions that we've done in the last 4 years.
What are some of the steps that you took to arrive at this juncture of receiving this award?
Well, kudos to our board, who comprises of men of distinct professionalism and high level when it comes to competence and understanding of the market. And what we stand for is quality, right away from the board to the management. And that has shown in everything we have done. We've been able to offer the best of service to our customers. And that has led to, deals upon deals, and here we are today. This is one of the reward of good job.
I'm glad it meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise, what we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can, be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly. So yes, to our clients, thank you.